205-229-2090.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, final segment here. Save a little time for Brown to try to get stumped at the end. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. We're about to play Blank That Person.
Hey, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, priority number one when you want to buy a home. And with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They'll give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
I was 0 for 4. Brown didn't listen to the show Friday or this segment. If you wanted to go back and give him one of mine to get it out of the golf.
It's fine.
Dramatic music in the background. You hear it?
I'll go golf. It scares me because the amount of tournaments you've watched, and they give these keys away. And a lot of this stuff will probably stick with you. Your retention on this is going to be really good. So we did 10 questions on Friday, 5 blank that musician for Rocky, 5 blank that athlete for Dunaway. Rocky got one of the 5. Dunaway, because Forster I allowed to help, got one of the 5. So I ended up having to swig 2 beers. But here we go. He has got 26 professional wins. He's won 2 majors. He is a member of a Baptist church. He's from Iowa City.
Zach Johnson.
God almighty. I knew it.
When you went Iowa City, what happened?
Iowa City?
Yeah.
That was no. I had it. The Baptist church. I was going to say Zach Johnson, but I waited one more time.
Are there no more Baptists?
Well, I don't know that. I
But
just
from
know
Iowa City?
Well, no.
How many golfers are from Iowa City?
No. Here's the thing. So.
I was going to say Drake University, too.
Drake would have made it easy.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
But I was going to do it, too.
Do you have any left from the other day? Go ahead, Brown.
Any beer left?
No.
No, he, when you went 2 majors, that basically narrowed it down to Justin Thomas and Zach Johnson. And I knew you wouldn't do Justin Thomas for one thing. But the other thing about Zach Johnson is he's so
cold.
Oh,
my God.
Yeah. It's 39 degrees over there. So he's
ice cream freeze.
Yeah, he's an outspoken believer. So when you went Southern Baptist, that's when I knew it.
Not just Baptist. He's Southern Baptist from Iowa City.
Yeah.
All right. A little bit more guzzle there from LT.
It's so cold.
So cold. Oh,
does it give you brain?
The beer's too cold.
I was able to let it sit for a second.
Yeah.
The one that I missed that I should have got the other day was Tony Gwynn. That was the easiest one he gave me.
You didn't get Tony Gwynn.
I did not get Tony Gwynn.
He had a brother named Eric, right?
Chris.
Tony Gwynn had a brother that played.
That's what he was
exactly
he had a brother
right.
named Chris.
No, but that was one of the deep hints. I gave a ton of hints before.
I'm Chris Gwynn.
How about this?
He played Tony Gwynn. Why do you ask?
Brown, he played 20 years for the same team.
Who? Chris Gwynn?
No.
Tony Gwynn.
I'm giving the hints I gave.
20
years, same team, 2 World Series, 8 Gold Gloves.
Yep. Well, that's Tony Gwynn.
Yeah. You got that.
Thanks for making me drink today.
I'm Chris Gwynn.
All right. I made LT drink today. If I'm not burning in hell tomorrow, I'll be back here live with these guys.
I might as well go off the rails now.
Or you're on the train.
All aboard. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're watching a video
That's amazing.
of a vulture.
Rocky, you got to run in here.
You got to come see it real quick. You got to be quick. It's on Get Up on TV3 in our studio here. It's a hang glider who's got a camera on his head, a GoPro, and he was trailing a vulture, we assume.
Yeah, no, it's a vulture.
High above, and Rockstar did just miss the best part of the video. Then the vulture lands on his feet, and then he starts petting it like a pet.
Yeah, which a vulture's a filthy animal. I mean, vultures and pigeons are just filthy birds. But typical Lance fashion, Lance's scenario was a pretty bad one.
Well, I mean, if the vulture turned around and went straight for the face of that paraglider, so I was sitting in the pool the other day, a Saturday, looking up, and you could see the vultures in their
you got a dead animal.
in their death circle, and something's dead right around. But I don't know if you guys have been to the zoo lately, and they've got that vulture cage.
I haven't been to the zoo in quite a while, so we got vultures in the zoo?
You got a vulture in the zoo, and they just throw meat in there, and it just tears meat up.
Well, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. I mean, that's what I was thinking about. The thing, now it's sitting on your foot. It was picking at the bottom of the guy's shoe because he was probably walking and poo, and the vulture was eating that. You're 1,000 feet in the air, it looked like. Next thing he's like, well, there's nothing else to eat up here. I'll just take this guy's eyeball out.
I mean, that talon. This is a true story. So I was in...
True story about a vulture
no.
hang
This is
gliding
about
over
a
California.
Talon. This is about a talon. For whatever reason, I was in a city called Monroe, Louisiana, and I was little. Mm-hmm. And I was just running the streets with older brother Shane. I'm going to say that Shane was 6 or 7. I was probably 3 or 4.
Running the streets.
We were running the streets. Yeah. And we met,
you remember age 3 and 4?
A little bit, yeah. And I'll never forget this guy's bedroom that we went in. And
wow, this is a weird story.
It's kids in the neighborhood.
Okay. Do you need to lay on the couch for this story?
But one of the kids in the neighborhood, I got some deep stories from this summer that I spent out there for whatever reason. Wow. But the kid ended up selling Shane an eagle claw. And so what I found out is these used to be used as weapons. So you could grab the eagle claw. You got brass knuckles.
Yeah.
You got the flapjacks. This was an eagle claw. You could put it between your fingers. You could take somebody's face apart with it.
Yeah.
So it was used as a weapon, but Shane bought it just because he thought it was cool. And it was a necklace. It was an eagle claw.
We've taken it out, but originally in the Second Amendment back in the 1700s, early 1800s, we were guaranteed the right to bear arms, and it included the eagle claw.
No, the eagle claw, hand to hand, will do some damage.
Oh, no doubt.
Well, I would imagine.
Now they have upped the eagle claw there. Those are
some of those
modern.
are made of metal.
Rockstar, that is a manufactured eagle claw.
Yeah.
That's a raptor claw right there.
Well, hey, I don't know my weaponry that well.
That did not cover an actual eagle.
Looks like a great way to open a good can of Bud Light. So we're off and going today, and I'll be honest with you, my I got most of my sheets are just totally blank today. So who knows where we end up going? Because
why are your sheets blank?
Because I spent, in full honesty here, one of the things that I have not mastered is the technology of counting. I think this is the 11th year we've done the 40 and 40 countdown, and I do it manually. I mean, this is like 1998 fantasy football of pulling up the newspaper and judging your fantasy football score by hand. I do it manually, and for some reason, this year was the slowest it was. I guess I'm just getting older. My math's not as good. It just took forever. I spent a little bit Saturday, a little bit Sunday. Got tired of doing it Sunday, so I went and played golf. Yesterday, I went home and I just did it. Had to get it done because we started Thursday.
I'll make you a deal. Next year, me and Brown will help out. We'll get some beers. We'll just knock it out in a day.
Well, I thought about this.
I got roped right into that one. Did you notice that? Lance was making a deal that involved me.
I did think about it last night as I was doing this. I said, next year, what if we had 64 votes is what we ended up doing.
Okay. That's what we had this year. 64
right.
voters. What were you aiming for?
No, that's what I was aiming for.
Because the AP does 64.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. I was trying to get over 60.
Gotcha.
Right. So we end up having 54 of you guys, all of us up here, and all of that. So next year I was thinking about if I hand you guys 8 each or 7 each, we'd just end up knocking it all out with all the members up here. And it'd be easy that way.
So you've got a year to worry about this. Why don't you get with Lunsford? He's our computer whiz, and see if there's an easier way of doing it.
It has to be.
Our government is so good at polls and polling and so accurate. You could just get the help of them.
Yeah. Just like,
because these are absentee ballots,
that's what you could do is like you could tack it on to an ongoing election. Like we're always having elections. Like they just had that special election.
That's right.
With Katie Britt and that Mo Brooks guy. So you would just like, all right, after you vote for that, who you like number one?
If you'd like to put Katie Britt in the Senate and you would like UAB to be in the top 40, check here.
Yeah, that's right. You could have done that if you'd have just thought ahead, Jim. That's on you.
I'm going to give it to Lunsford. I'm going to give Lunsford a graphic. I'm going to give Lunsford a graphic to build in the show because I think it's interesting. All of our voters, is Lunsford excited about the added work here?
Can you have it by the next segment?
I'll give it to him in the break so we can do it later on. But the number of teams we have projected in the Final Four this year, we'll get a graphic and I'll let him drop the obvious ones in, and we'll just drop them in whenever. Not only will it be a graphic, we'll make an animation with the logos dropping.
Well, you're doing your best Doctor Strange there.
Is that Doctor Strange?
Is that right, Lunsford?
The multiverse of madness.
Yeah. Can you even see him?
I just don't. I don't know a better way of doing this because I was telling Dunaway the other day. I think we're the only organization that does this. Like, I don't think there's another organization that is the voice of the fan college football poll. Like everybody has their writers do it or their analysts do it or coaches do it or something like that. I don't know of another voice of the fan that's this deep. I mean,
like the Birmingham News and AL.com, they've done it for 75 years now. But they just polled what was the 10 SIDs, and it was the 12. Now it's the 14 SIDs.
Sports information directors, yeah. I don't know of another poll that goes this deep. Maybe you got 5 or 10 people voting, but for the voice of the fans. I mean, we allow fans, and it is not, everybody, nationally always, of course the Alabama fans voted for Alabama. We've actually, I will say of our listeners and viewers, they've done a tremendous job, I think, of putting that aside. I mean, Clemson has been picked to win this thing. I think Georgia has, Ohio State over the years has been picked.
I don't think Georgia ever has.
Okay, Ohio State, but it's not always just been Alabama.
Yeah, because in our morning rounds today at nextroundlive.com, I did point out that looking back at last year's, it was the least accurate that we've ever had. Of course, it was the least accurate.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you had
Cincinnati, Michigan, and Georgia winning the entire thing, so
right.
I'm not shocked at all.
Hats off to you and I. We both had Alabama and Georgia in the playoffs. Brown did not buy into the Georgia Bulldogs last year.
Did I not?
You did not.
But I also, at the same time, had Clemson winning the national championship. I don't know if you guys know this. They missed the boat.
They did, but a 10-win season.
Brown had Alabama winning the national championship. You had Clemson. Does anybody remember who I had to win the national champion?
Not Georgia.
It wasn't Georgia, no.
Okay.
It wasn't Alabama. It wasn't Clemson. It was a different team. We had 3 different teams.
I would say Ohio State.
It wasn't Ohio State.
All right, whoa. So you picked a national champion. It wasn't Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, or Ohio State.
I did. Yeah. It's an obvious other one now.
A&M?
No. It was Oklahoma. I bought into Spencer Radler going into the year.
Yeah, you ran their coach off.
I ran their coach off. I ran their quarterback to South Carolina. I mean, just chaos in Norman because I picked them to win it all last year. So none of us got the national champion last year, and none of us had Michigan and Cincinnati in there. But we'll do the 40 and 40 poll. It's a lot of fun. We're going to do it a little differently this year. And tomorrow we'll release the whole poll.
So wait a minute. We're going to give everybody the milk.
Yeah, we're going to
buying the cow.
The whole top 40 tomorrow, and then we'll start counting it down on Thursday. Because believe it or not, I think this even caught our man David Walls by surprise yesterday. Because he was texting me about the 40 and 40. He goes, hey, when does the 40 countdown start? And I said, it starts Thursday. Mm-hmm. He's like, this Thursday?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, this Thursday is 40 shows until week 0 week.
That's hard to believe. That catches me by surprise.
I saw on Saturday somebody sent out a tweet, 8 more Saturdays until college football.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, we're 60 days today from week 0. Starting Thursday, we're 40 next round shows from that Thursday before week 0, And then, of course, on Friday before week 0, we do what, Brown, traditionally?
Oh, that's our Guarantee Friday.
Guaranteed
Three
Friday.
guarantees. Yeah, you got them from last year, don't you?
I'm
You
sure
always,
I have.
No,
that.
you log them. You do. I've always been impressed by that.
I've got so many notebooks somewhere.
I
It's
know.
got to be somewhere.
No, Jim has always logged those, and like randomly somebody will mention something. Jim's like, I think one of our viewers did that as a guarantee, and he'll dig it up.
Boy, I don't want you to see mine from last year. I don't remember all 3, but
I don't remember what
think
I
they were
did.
good.
I think one of them had a vulture poking somebody's eye out at a game.
Maybe.
Little chaos there. So we'll do that tomorrow. We'll unveil the top 40, but the votes are in. Later in the show, a very intense animated graphic from Lunsford of everybody's top 4 teams that were in there. A couple of them may surprise you. Coming up a little bit later on. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. No surprises there. If you're looking for a great education, you will find a campus that is so beautiful. Southern Living writes about it. A financial price point where tuition hasn't been raised in 5 years, and it's such a good price that U.S. News and World Report writes about that. You'll find 75 majors, a growing list. You'll find new buildings going up like a multi-million-dollar theater department, business school, communication school, 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports, fully funded. Just a great atmosphere at the University of Montevallo. You can find out more for your son or daughter and why maybe they belong at Montevallo at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. All right, as we get going here, Clay Travis at 10 o'clock. Skip Holtz, who was supposed to be with us yesterday, is going to try to circle back with us today to start the final hour. Other than that, it's all of us here today, and you can jump in on the phones with us, 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. Before we get into our sports conversation, Forrester, can you hear me back there? Can you give me the Rickwood Field picture? I think this is from the 50s. I want you to take a look at this and tell me what stands out. Rickwood Field is the oldest active ballpark. I don't know if it's still considered active now. This is from a game back in the 1950s. That's Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama.
Well, it's all the people on the field.
Yeah, back then, and they used to do this a lot at ballparks, even in the majors, I think, that when you had overflow crowds, eventually the crowd just is sitting on the field.
Well, that kind of sucks. I bought tickets on the front row, and you got here late, so you're sitting on the field.
I'll tell you, I'll be walking outside listening because can you imagine getting a foul ball?
Yeah. But, I mean, look down the left field line. When you get down to the corner down there, you're basically standing or squatting on the outfield line.
Well, and back behind the plate, a little deeper, used to be the photographers.
Yep. I mean, just look at the crowd that was there at Rickwood Field here in Birmingham back in the day. It was the 1950s, and the ballpark hadn't changed any since then.
No.
But, just a beautiful scene there. But that was the one thing that jumped out to me. I remember seeing games where they would put people in the outfield on what is the warning track, and they would put people out there.
No, I think they're out there right now. Look.
You think they are?
Yeah.
I do remember that, like, from old school baseball movies like The Natural, where the photographer was right there. You know, I mean, a foul ball could take his head off.
Just an insane scene of a simpler time, if you will. What do you think were on those people's mind in the 1950s? What were they worried about?
How do I get what year was that?
That was, I'm going to say 1957.
Oh, the 50s. If you were the 20s, I'd be like, how are we going to get a drink after this? But,
Where do I go to
I mean,
get
1957, you think they were bitching about gas prices? I mean, we may be paying $1.
yeah.
We may be paying $1 someday for gas.
I think life was a lot simpler, man.
Yeah. Do you ever
Not for everybody.
Do you ever think about?
James Dean is going to be the man he's going to be the star in every single movie from now on. You wait.
Do you ever think about what it was like in those times?
Yeah, again, if we could have a time machine, I would rather go back
than into the future.
Yeah.
It does seem like
That's
things
why I
get
was
complicated.
fascinated with the, what was the name of the show with James Franco?
11/22/63.
Yeah, 11/22/63.
Oh, gosh, that's been a long time ago.
Yeah, it was.
So the theory in that was this guy goes back in time. He's got to decide whether or not to stop the Kennedy assassination.
Yes.
That's a playoff of The Final Countdown. You remember that old movie?
I do. I saw it.
Yeah, aircraft carrier gets stuck in a vortex, goes back in time, and they have to decide whether or not to stop Pearl Harbor. Yeah.
I mean, what would you guys do in that situation? Because, you know, everybody talks about the butterfly effect. But if I could go back September 11th, 2001, if I could go back to September 10th, people would think I was crazy. But, you know, I'd scream from the rooftops.
Yeah, try to
warn
stop
people.
it, yeah. I mean, you try to stop Pearl Harbor, obviously, but you You don't know if that keeps the Americans out of the war and allows, Hitler to do what he was doing in Germany with us never getting in the war.
The problem is somebody would think you're crazy, right? You probably
100%.
ended up in a padded cell.
Yep.
And then once it goes down, they want to know your involvement with it.
That's right. You must have been on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going to believe that I travel back in time from 2022.
If you dress like that, they would. They'd be like, damn, what a good-looking guy,
That dude's
man.
all geared up in next round. What the hell's next round? Oh, you're going to find out.
You're gonna
Believe
find
you
out.
me.
Can we get to the train situation?
Hang
too?
on real quick. What's the line from Back to the Future where he says the street name? No, over there on John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
Who the hell is John F. Kennedy?
There were so
a good
many
line.
good lines in that movie, though.
Oh, it's a great movie. All right. Finally happened yesterday. It became official that Bryant Vincent is the UAB coach. And give me cut one, Rockstar. Bryant Vincent had a Zoom meeting with the local media yesterday. Ted Feely sends this out. On building on the standard that Bill Clark set on what UAB football is now considered a championship contender every year. Here's Bryant Vincent on having to try to keep the ship moving towards the same goals.
Our players chose UAB because of the culture, of excellence created by Coach Clark. And I plan on preserving it, and I plan on building upon that. There's a huge responsibility here. Not only that we compete for championships on the field, but off the field. Off the field, it's a huge responsibility and a big deal to me to lead these men off the field. I'm honored to be given this responsibility, and I'm excited to uphold and elevate the standard of UAB football.
Give me the seesaw percentage. We used to do this thing. We've done it for years. The seesaw where it's like, and you tell me percentage-wise on exactly how many, with the percentage point on something. In this case, that Bryant Vincent gets named the permanent head coach at some point this year or right after the season as a UAB head coach. Is he coaching the team in 2023 as the head coach of UAB?
Before I give my seesaw percentage, that's a tough one. Because if you're Mark Ingram, let's just walk through all the possibilities here. If you're Mark Ingram, the UAB athletics director, your program is like if Bill Clark had just taken an SEC job or a Big 12 job or whatever, right? If he had just taken an open job and left, you would have looked, if you're Mark Ingram, and been like, this is the best opportunity I've ever had to hire a football coach. Our program's never been in better shape. It's never been easier to hire a quality coach than it is right now, okay? Now, this is unusual circumstances where you get an interim that's going to coach the year. But I think if you're Mark Ingram, you've got to view it through that lens. I'd like to kind of keep what we got going, but if mid-season this guy's 6-1, am I going to jump to the conclusion just because he's 6-1 that he's the best fit nationally for this job?
No.
I don't think you can do that.
No. I think Bryant Vincent, if he has a tremendous year, I think there's a good opportunity. But again, I think multiple things. I think you leave the door open if you could get, another name that you really want, or if Bill Clark comes back. There is that chance that we talked about last Friday.
Before I name him full-time head coach, I'm going to have a long talk with Bill Clark in October, November. Are you certain you're not coming back to coach next year?
I told this to Forrester, such a weird timing for Bill Clark to step down back on Friday and doing it on his terms, his social media pages and such like that. It felt to me like, his back was bad before that. He could have retired in January, February, March to give them time to make a search. You do it when you did it. It ties the hands of Mark Ingram and UAB to where your guy gets a shot. You knew how good this team was going to be coming back. And if you want Bryant Vincent, who's been with Bill before at a couple places, if you want him to have a chance to be a head coach, this is when you step down because UAB. You're out of the cycle. Yeah. There's nobody you can go hire now that would be the permanent coach. So you give your guy a 1-year shot with a championship caliber team to sort of prove that he could be the guy, and then at that point you try to Dabo Sweeney this thing up and become the permanent coach.
Yeah. So if you were to hire right now, let's go back and say Bill Clark took an SEC job at the end of last year. Give me the level of coach you think you could hire at UAB.
Well, I'll tell you one guy that was popular on my timeline on Sunday was Skip Holtz is officially out of work after Sunday night's championship game. And, I think there was a time.
Well, he's not necessarily out of work. They're coming back for another year.
But you know what I mean.
What you're saying, yeah.
But there was a time.
Free to negotiate.
There was a time, if you could have gotten Skip Holtz, before Bill turned it into this, there was a time Skip Holtz you would have thought a pretty good hire by UAB. I don't know if that would be considered a good hire by UAB anymore.
I don't think it would.
Yeah.
No offense to Skip Holtz coming on the show in a little bit, but I think UAB fans would be a little deflated by that. I brought up this, Brown, when you were out on Friday. Billy Napier took over Louisiana. You saw what he did. Now he's the Florida head coach.
Right.
I don't know who the next Billy Napier is, but if you're going to take the Louisiana job, where UAB is, going to the American in this city with this stadium is a more appealing job now than Lafayette.
But
I would agree.
Just think of how things have changed, though. With power jobs, you more likely now hire a coach for a Power 5 job, a good one, from a coordinator off of a successful team. The Dan Lannings of the world used to have to take UAB job before they got an Oregon-type job.
And that's why I was asking this question, because UAB pays pretty well. I mean, it's $1.5 million. That's pretty good pay for a head coach on that level, obviously. But Dan Lanning used to be the type of guy you could go hire. He got the Oregon job. Tony Elliott used to be the type of guy. He got the Virginia job.
Didn't Kirby Smart interview for the Southern Miss job?
Yeah, Southern Miss.
And people thought that he might take it. Well, Jeff Scott went to South Florida. I mean, there are some examples out there. Hey, can we show Bryant Vincent again?
Why?
John Bernthal. I don't know if you know who this
John
is.
Bernthal.
Yeah, if you're watching We Own This City, Wayne Jenkins, he's been in a million things, from The Walking Dead, Baby Driver. He's got a little bit in him. You see it a little bit? Yeah.
And the Rockstar does
I
not.
have seen an actor that looks like that before.
Yeah, Lunsford, pull Bernthal real quick.
John Bernthal. Never even heard of this guy.
He's been big for the last decade.
Yeah.
He's big. He's not a bit actor.
Well, I mean, he's kind of a bit actor, but he's getting big. I'm telling you, this is Wayne Jenkins, though. Might win an award.
The nose.
It's the nose, yeah.
The nose loses it for me.
I can see that a little bit, though. Yeah, the nose is a lot alike.
I think there's another actor that looks more like him, to be honest.
Wait, it's a mix between Chris Cooper and Bernthal.
And Dabo Sweeney.
He's got Chris Cooper's mouth. You guys probably don't know who Chris Cooper is.
I absolutely know who Chris Cooper is. I saw a movie with him in it this weekend. What movie was he in?
American Beauty.
No, but
Lone Star.
Chris Cooper plays.
He was in the 11/22/63.
Yep. God, what
Going
movie
full
was
circle.
I watching?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. That guy. Yeah. A little bit of that guy.
Chris Cooper.
Younger version of him.
He plays.
He's always got an eat shit look.
He does. He plays the pissed off, disapproving dad better than anybody I've ever seen.
And American Beauty was incredible. Did you see it?
Yes, I've seen American Beauty. I'll tell you what he plays the dad in, Chris Cooper. That is, this is a random movie. It's called, I think, October Sky. Something like that? No, maybe that's not.
I think that was before him. Well, no.
No. He's in the movie I'm talking about. It's these kids that build a rocket and.
Yes.
Yeah,
what's the name of that movie?
October Sky.
Yeah, and he's the dad. Yeah, he's the dad that works in the coal mine, and he just wants his kid to work in the coal mine, make a good living for your family.
Why do you not just want to work?
That's right.
Yeah, literally, don't shoot for the stars.
You're off chasing this dream. He's just the mean, pissed off father all the time.
Drinks a little bit when he gets home.
Got a little edge.
Little crushed beer cans in the back of his pickup. Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's our opening segment. When we come back, there's a battle going on in Florida, and we talked about it yesterday, but it takes a different level today. We'll jump into that. It's a recruiting situation that between Miami and Florida that you got to keep watching. So we'll jump into more of Jaden Rashada and everything that's being said around Miami and Florida coming up on the other side as the show's being brought to you today in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Jim, here's what Nichols Outfitters knows is that the inflation in the economy, it has been tough on everybody. So they're fighting back on the inflation there with a great sell at Nichols Outfitters, up to 75% off. You heard me right, 75% off on many things in the store there. Go see it for yourself, Nichols Outfitters, and fight back inflation with them, just off I-65 in Pelham.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com. This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives The Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Lunsford's going to work on that graphic for later in the show. The number of teams that you, the roundtable viewers, the Next Round viewers, boy, it's been a year and I still did that.
Oh, it has been a while since we slipped up on that one.
And I said the roundtable there.
Yeah.
The Next Round viewers and listeners, Later in the show, there's a handful of teams you voted to be in the Final Four. We unveil the 40 and 40 tomorrow, and Lunsford's going to put the graphic together for us. So we'll get that later on. Baseball tonight. That's basically where we are in sports right now. It's baseball until we get back to the weekend and get a little Canadian football. If you don't like Wimbledon, that's going on. Braves and Phillies at 6 on Bally's. Astros and Mets at 6 on TBS tonight. LT will have a lock later on. The show being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have Hemphill services. Have it programmed in the phone, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the only ones I trust. Fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
We talked yesterday about Jaden Rashada, the big quarterback, 4-star quarterback commitment who chose Miami over Florida, LSU, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M. He went to Miami, and there were reports out there that it was a $9.5 million NIL deal, and his representative, we'll call him an agent. I don't know if it's if that's the proper word.
Lawyer is how he's described it, Michael Caspino.
But it's not illegal. You can have lawyers, and you can accept money and blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying anything illegal, but he's his representative, his agent, if you will, his lawyer. Said that at one point had said, according to reports, he took less money, left money on the table to choose Miami, that Florida was paying more money. Now, Rashada had a release yesterday, didn't want to do interviews, saying that the reports were inaccurate. He would never make a life decision based on money. He wanted to go to Miami because of his relationship with the coaches and the opportunities there, blah, 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 but he doesn't want to talk about it. The fire, though, between Florida fans, Miami fans are full throttle right now. And there's even some blowback from Florida fans on Florida because they're unhappy with the way some of this is going, but some pointed words at the Florida Collective. So let's try to tie all of this together, Brown. Start us off with what was said about the Florida Collective, because if you get a bad street cred, this could hurt you in recruiting.
Yeah, so Michael Caspino, he is the lawyer, by the way, that brokered the $8 million deal, which is for an unnamed quarterback, but it's believed to be Nico Iamaleava at Tennessee, right? And he is the one that is involved in this one as well with Jaden Rashada. So he told On3 Sports the Gator Collective is quote-unquote dysfunctional.
Wow.
Here's the quote. Florida is the most dysfunctional collective in all of college football, which I want to pause right here. I'll come back to the full quote. We're not even, 6 months into these collectives? I don't know how you can.
Well, I'm not surprised because I think today's collective is yesterday's booster, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a group of boosters.
Yeah,
right?
but we've had dysfunctional boosters before.
Yeah, but this makes it sound like, man, they don't even have their letterhead yet. Yeah, man, they're sending me notes on white legal pads.
But here's what's I don't know.
You could have too many alphas though.
There's no doubt.
To call the shots.
And I don't know if this is scary or not, but this guy has represented a couple of really good quarterbacks. Florida is the most dysfunctional collective in all of college football. I plan on steering my clients away from them. From my standpoint, I never, ever want to deal with them again. If it weren't for the collective that's completely dysfunctional at Florida, he probably would have been there, he being Jaden Rashada, who ended up going to Miami.
Now pause there, because LT, in pro football terms or pro sports terms, you do get some super agents sometimes who have bad relations with certain franchises, and they steal their super free agents away from those organizations. That happens, and that sort of sounds like what this guy's hinting he's going to do with his recruits. Yeah. There's the quote right there.
Yeah, so he goes on to say, Lance, and you said it was the alphas. This is funny what he says. I understand what the Florida Collective is saying. He says this in a tweet now. Damage control. I get it. However, Florida Collective is run by inexperienced millennials. These millennials ruin everything, don't they? I deal with every collective in the country. Serious ventures call for serious leadership. So then a guy named Will Rosenblatt on Twitter says, okay, well, what collectives are the best run? And here's what Caspino says, Mike Caspino, an attorney. Here are the best run collectives according to him. Miami, Oregon, Tennessee, Texas A&M, Texas, and Michigan State. I could see Miami, Oregon, Texas, Tennessee, Texas A&M, Michigan State was a
Michigan
weird
State
addition.
is interesting.
It really is.
Feels Michigan State for basketball.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you see Mel Tucker in recruiting right now. He is bringing in some players to East Lansing.
But where's the money behind that program?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Michigan State?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess somebody in the auto dealer world. You know, what?
Mr. Ford,
Michigan, Mr. Ford,
Mr. Mercury,
Mr. Chevy. I don't know. I mean, I would,
Mr. Impala.
I would guess auto industry money because it's in Michigan. I'm only
but I was just thinking that's more towards the alpha in
University
the state, which is Michigan.
Yeah. You're surprised Michigan State's that team, but you're right, Dunaway. I mean, if you start to get a bad name, you don't know where it goes.
That's right,
or how much it hurts you.
So this is the same guy that represented Amalieva, the quarterback that's leaving California to go to Tennessee,
right,
for reportedly $8 million in an NIL deal. Now, there's nothing wrong with this, but our buddy Matt Hayes, who covers college athletics for Saturday Down South, is already painting this as Cristobal 1, Napier 0. Now, Billy Napier, who's coming from the Sun Belt, but his ties are deep in seeing SEC football through the eyes of what he saw at Alabama. And obviously he's friends with Kirby and Dabo Swinney, so he's seen the best of the best. But you would imagine if things get going like they used to go down in Florida, how intense that triangle of Miami, Florida, and Florida State could get down there when it comes to NIL money, collectives, and recruiting. This is something Napier can't get behind on. He can't get a bad reputation going with what Mario Cristobal has going with John Ruiz and the folks down in South Florida right now.
Well, I think it'll be fun for us to watch from afar, but your problem is, you're right, you can't get behind. You're already behind, though. Right now, where the programs are, Miami is a borderline top 10 program right now, a program that could legitimately win the ACC this year, maybe even be a dark horse for the college football playoff. I mean, you put those two teams on the field or in a round robin, Miami is going to win that every time, in my opinion, right now.
Yeah.
So they've got more talent. They're in a better spot right now, and they're already winning the NIL game.
Now, Florida is one of those, Billy Napier created a position for his recruiting coordinator, the person to hand up, to handle recruiting. And she was online last night sort of defending. Now, Florida did get another big recruit yesterday, by the way. 4-star corner Sharif Denson picks Florida over Arkansas and others. But they got a big recruit yesterday. But she was still defending the loss of Rashada to Miami and a little, gator-on-gator crime going on in Gainesville.
Yeah, she said she responded to a tweet. This is the assistant athletic director in charge of recruiting. She responded to a tweet that was basically critical of Florida. What the crap are you guys doing in recruiting? She since deleted the response, but she said, I work on average 106 hours a week. Stop trolling me. We're going to get this right, yada, yada, yada. She since deleted it. It is a bad look when somebody from the athletic department's going back after a fan like that. So it was a bad look on her part. She deleted the tweet, but you could see how things are getting a little prickly already between Florida fans and Billy Napier's staff. When you've got a member of the staff going back after fans saying, you guys are bitching about our recruiting. I work 106 hours a week on average. Stop trolling me.
I always, and I truly believe this, that a lot of the fans who, quote unquote, troll you on social media are not really your fans. You know what I mean? I would say it's almost the iceberg effect. Like what you see on the surface isn't really the whole picture underneath. Right. There's a lot more to it. It's almost like a campaign, right? It's public perception. And I think there's a lot of bad information out there on social media where it's not always what you think it is. Like your fans, do I think Florida fans are really upset they didn't get Rashada? I think fans are usually, when it comes to recruits, for the most part, a guy at the level Jaden Rashada is not Arch Manning, right?
Well, he's getting paid like he is.
No, he's getting paid probably more.
Reportedly.
Reportedly. But Rashada is not, he's not the best of the best. He's really well thought of, but do you think every Florida fan was locked in, man, if we get this Rashada kid?
I don't think every one of them was, but to your point, it's often the most vocal that show up on social media and start criticizing you. Yeah. And, Clay, you could disagree with a lot about Clay Travis, but Clay's right about this. Social media is not the real world. Social media is the most vocal in a small portion of the world. The real world is out there, right? I mean, there's only a slice of the real world that's on social media, and then a slice of that slice that likes to get super vocal on there. So I think if you're the recruiting director at Florida, you probably got to temper your response with that piece of knowledge right there.
Okay, I just to show you the backdrop of what I'm talking about and tying this in a bow here real quick. Ari Wasserman of The Athletic does a recruiting mailbag, and the headline today, you ready? Is it time for Florida fans to be concerned about Billy Napier? Question mark.
He hasn't coached a game.
Yeah, I hadn't coached a game.
Yep.
I mean, that's where we are.
Yep.
And that becomes the public perception out there of that program.
Well, here's the thing. That was the fear with Dan Mullen. This guy can't recruit. He can't bring these guys in. And I was always with Brown saying, look, the guy can coach. It doesn't matter. He didn't have 5-star guys at Mississippi State. You saw what he was able to do. He's going to be just fine. Well, ultimately, it was his undoing. And he was a proven coach. Billy Napier, proven coach, Group 5, not Power 5.
Well, just on 24/7 Sports, I mean, his current recruiting class, the next one he'll sign, has got 5 4-stars in it. I mean, they're 28th with 9 commitments. I don't follow recruiting on the day-to-day, so I don't know what everybody's upset about. Maybe it's because he's missing on some of their big targets that they're swinging missing on and they're losing to schools like Miami. I don't know. But it's when we started discussing this, I pulled up 24/7 to see where Florida was, expecting them to be like in the 70s with this type of reaction. They're 28th. They've only got 9 commitments.
And that's probably about the same place you find Alabama right now.
They're 20th right now with 7 commitments. Now, 2 of those are 5-stars.
Yeah.
And last time I checked, you trust Nick Saban in recruiting.
That's right.
So that's the difference.
But I'll be honest,
there, yeah.
Brown, I trust Billy Napier in recruiting.
I don't know if I do or not. I'll have to see that. I don't know.
I know where he comes from.
Well, but he most recently comes from Lafayette. I've never seen him build a program like this. Like to Lance's point, you worried about Dan Mullen in recruiting. But Dan Mullen, and I know you discounted a lot of it, but for Lance and I, here's where we messed this up, Lance.
Historically, I was right, but go ahead.
Historically, you were right. I just said here's where Lance and I messed this up. We felt like Dan Mullen had given us enough evidence that he can coach around poor recruiting, that Dan's a good enough coach. He knows how to develop quarterbacks, that he's able to coach around mediocre recruiting. Lance, we were wrong about that.
We were wrong.
Just with what Napier did in his time with Clemson and Alabama, and the people he's been around, I think he understands what you have to do in recruiting. And he's at the University of Florida. I think he'll get this right eventually. And I don't think it's Katie Turner's job in charge of recruiting at Florida to manage the collective. That's up to the boosters to get that right. And if they are dysfunctional, they need to get that right.
Well, yeah, but a lot of that, too, though, is on Billy Napier to make sure it gets right. And I know that's the saying, as they like to say now, the quiet part out loud, because Billy's not supposed to have any sort of contact with that. But you better believe if there's a major collective at a school, the head coach needs to know what's going on in that collective. Because, again, as I used to always say when schools tried to say, yeah, our boosters were paying for players, but our head coach didn't know about it. These boosters they didn't make a lot of money by spending their money wildly.
That's right.
They're paying the guys you told them to pay. The whole our coach didn't know about boosters paying players is completely unbelievable. It wasn't believable from day one. And if we're going to try to pretend our coaches don't know what our collectives are doing, that also is going to be equally unbelievable. Let's go ahead and drop that curtain now, and let's don't even try to insult our intelligence by telling us that Billy Napier doesn't know what the Florida collective is doing, or Mario Cristobal doesn't know what the Miami, or Nick Saban at Alabama, or Brian Harsin at Auburn. Guys, that's not even believable. Let's not even try to go down that road.
See, I believe that. All right, so when we come back, more college football news in recruiting, a little ripple effect for Arch Manning in Texas. And this is what, Sark was hoping would happen once Arch Manning signed on. It started again last night, or continued again last night. That's coming up next. Clay Travis at the top of the hour. That's in our Michelson look ahead here. Perfect vision, or better vision than you have right now, is the possibility with our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, again, really simple. Write down the phone number, 969-8100. Call, ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Located conveniently recently, UAB Highlands, Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the LASIK procedure right here in the state of Alabama back in 1995. I went in 20 years ago, got the procedure done. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call today, find out if it's right for you. Schedule that hassle-free consultation, 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Before we get back to football, a couple of baseball notes. One, Sonny DeShera becomes the third consensus All-American in Auburn baseball history. And to show you how tough that is to do, Bo Jackson and Tim Hudson are not consensus All-Americans in the history of Auburn.
100% have guessed Tim Hudson.
I would have gone to Tim Hudson.
Frank
Thomas?
Frank Thomas and Casey Mize are the only consensus All-Americans.
Didn't Tim Hudson win the Golden Spikes?
He did. I think he did.
How do you win the Golden Spikes Award, but you're not a consensus All-American?
How do you win the Heisman Trophy, but you're not a consensus All-American? I'm sure it's happened.
It probably has, but I could almost see that with a quarterback because most All-American teams only do one quarterback, but a baseball All-American team.
I guess the problem with Tim Hudson, one of the reasons he won the Golden Spike is he was a two-way player.
That's right.
He
Played
was
center
Ohtani
field
before Ohtani was born.
Center fielder and your ace pitcher.
Yeah.
And one of the better hitters on the team. But Sonny goes as a consensus All-American, 383 batting average. His on-base percentage was .549, full 40 points higher than anybody else in the SEC.
That is amazing.
That is amazing.
68 walks, 22 home runs, and I think the 68 walks led the country as well. Being walked, they pitched around him, and he still put up those huge numbers, and he becomes a consensus All-American, the third in Auburn history there. The other note is the deciding Ole Miss National Championship game. I missed it because I thought it was going to be in prime time. It wasn't. It was in the afternoon, and Brown just gave me a television ratings number.
Well, it's just kind of funny. The reason that championship game was in the afternoon is because obviously ESPN has the Major League Baseball agreement, which says that game is in prime time on ESPN or ESPN2.
And I think it was Dodgers-Braves.
It was Dodgers-Braves, which got 1.728 million viewers. The championship game got 1.542, so they almost got the same exact viewership, one in the afternoon, one in prime time. So
with the Dodgers and Braves.
Yeah. In fact, the Saturday game got 1.632. The Saturday night game, that primetime was worth another 100,000 viewers to them. The Fox, I was going to find the Fox Saturday baseball game, got 1.9. So basically, the College World Series and your primetime Major League games are about the same viewership, which is surprising to me.
Skyler says Hudson didn't win the Golden Spikes. He was a Golden Spikes finalist.
Okay. He won it.
I thought he did too.
I did too.
Let's credit him with winning it.
Skyler says J.D. Drew may have won it that year. Anyway, that's your college baseball. Back to football after. Rockstar tells us about his guy, the Golden Spikes, Adam Mestre.
The Golden, that's the winner. It wasn't your boy Hudson. It was my boy Adam Mestre. He of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022. He is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right. Arch Manning picks Texas. You expect that to help recruiting a little bit, right?
Yeah, I think there is going to be a ripple effect where there's going to be a lot of skill guys that will want to come in, not only because this is a five-star quarterback, but because of that name and because of the buzz now around that program.
Derek Williams, not a five-star receiver, running back, offensive lineman, but a five-star safety, picks Texas yesterday over Alabama, Arkansas, and Auburn there. So Derek Williams, five-star safety, going to Texas as well. So we'll see now what Sark can do on the recruiting trail with Arch Manning in his corner and what the future holds there for Arch Manning. It'll be weird if Quinn Ewers somehow gets this team to, say, a college football playoff this year or a Big 12 championship. Then it becomes that awkward transition year of having Arch on the team. A lot of people who wanted to come play because of Arch, And there you have Quinn Ewers, another highly rated quarterback who may beat Arch to the punch of bringing Texas back.
Well, that was the most fascinating element to me on this whole Arch Manning signing with Texas or committing to Texas was that Quinn Ewers is already there. And Quinn Ewers is viewed as a guy that, he's, as you said, already a top 10 Heisman finalist as far as Vegas odds right now. If I'm a Texas fan, my expectation this year is to win the Big 12. It's to win the Big 12 and to have an opportunity to go to a college football playoff. We've got all the resources. We've got our quarterback in place.
And a weakened Oklahoma.
Just last year, Baylor won the Big 12. Pittsburgh's winning the ACC. In year 2, Kirby Smart played for a national championship. Why can't Sark?
Of all the players in America, and I genuinely mean this, I can't think of another one I am more interested in watching week 1 than Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
I can't even remember who they opened with. I know they play
somebody
Alabama
not Alabama who they play in week 2.
I think it's like Rice.
I mean, I'm probably going to have to find the game on the Longhorn Network, which I don't even know if I get that.
USC opens with Rice.
It's going to be somebody like Sam Houston State, a little challenging.
No, it's going to be a layup game. I'm not suggesting it's going to be a great game. I just want to see the guy in action. I mean, this is a guy we have talked about now, it feels like, for 2 years, and I've never even seen him take a snap. They open with ULM. So they got the Warhawks coming to town.
Little Terry Bowden.
So that's, they're probably, a 30-point favorite in that game against ULM. Yeah. So they're going to blow them out. And it is a Longhorn Network game, 7 o'clock Central Time kick. I want to see that game, just see Quinn Ewers. I mean, I can't think of another player in America I am more interested in seeing play than him. Just because of, everything. The fact that he was there. He went to Ohio State. He was going to be good enough to play at Ohio State, which means he's probably pretty good. But we haven't seen him play. And now all of a sudden he's going to be the guy that has to save his job, keep his job against Arch Manning. I mean, the storylines around this guy are incredible.
Yeah, to me, the most fascinating, not only yours, but just all of these transfer quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, what's he really going to do at USC? Dylan Gabriel, what's he going to do at Oklahoma? Spencer Rattler, that we talked about earlier at South Carolina. I mean, all of that is fascinating to me to see how they fit.
Texas Terry, Texas should be 10-3 and win the Big 12. He writes in over in the chat room. That gets us to the top of the hour. We'll ask Clay Travis what he thinks about the Arch Manning ripple effect out in Texas and also everything else that goes on in college sports with Clay coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. If you're looking for a great lunch today, Odie's has that patio ready to go. Great weather yesterday.
Yeah, and the weather right now, 78, sunny, good time to get there for a little early lunch. Rodney Davis serving up that incredible food, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold buckets of Bud Light. Make sure you stop in, go see Will Haver and that great staff. And remember, tomorrow night, Me Brown, Rockstar, will take the stage about 8 o'clock. Get there a little early. It's Odie's Team Trivia, Birmingham Institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 on The Next Round today, 60 days from week 0. And we will be in Atlanta, what is it now, 3 weeks from now? 3 weeks from yesterday, July 18th at SEC Media Days. It's getting here so fast, football season. We'll talk to Clay Travis in a second. Let's get to your headlines, brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap.
Hey, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's back with a lifetime warranty. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get on the roof. You get up there with the dangerous ladder, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Right now, developing news from the NBA. What do you think, LT, Laker fan, about Russell Westbrook exercising? I mean, the money's crazy. $47.1 million player option to return to the Lakers. Well, you excited about that team staying together?
No, not at all. I wanted the disassembling of that team. You know, there was a small chance they were trying to, their only hope at getting back in championship contention was getting Kyrie Irving. And Kyrie Irving, you know, he opted back in with the Nets, and that's good news for Nets fans because if you can somehow keep him on the court, which is a difficult thing to do. In 3 years with the Nets, Kyrie Irving has missed more games than he's played in.
Well, that's what I saw the headline that said Irving opting back into the Nets is great news for the Celtics.
No, it's kind of funny. I mean, it really is. I just can't believe guys are getting this type of money
to not play.
Yeah, again, John Wall last year didn't play, made $45 million, a mutual decision. And now you've got Russell Westbrook, and it's going to be a complete train wreck again. And you just wonder, LeBron James, the reason I don't pull for the Lakers anymore, this guy doesn't want to go out like this, though. You would think that LeBron has the power to orchestrate putting this roster together. He swung and missed last year with the roster, but you would think that they would completely want to rebuild. He's only got a few years left.
Braves and Phillies tonight at 6 on Bally's. The Walter Camp preseason All-American list includes Bryce Young, Will Anderson, and Eli Ricks from Alabama. They're all on that preseason first-team All-American list. Those are your headlines.
Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick, Fox Sports. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Clay. How are you?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Awesome. Thanks a lot. I don't know that you have seen this story, but just a real quick refresher. We discussed it in the first hour. Jaden Rashada, who is the quarterback that is committed to Miami, there were reports he's getting $90.5 million. He says that's not true. His agent has done a lot of talking, and he described the reason that he didn't go to Florida as the fact that the Florida collective, the NIL collective, is the most dysfunctional he's ever seen, run by a bunch of millennials, is the way he described it. He's then asked, well, who are the best ones? I know, it's funny. Who are the best ones? And he includes Tennessee. So this guy that has placed a quarterback at Tennessee, in theory, when Nico Iamaleava, describes that as one of the best in the country, lumping it in with schools like Texas and Texas A&M. As a Tennessee fan, you got to feel good that at least your collective is headed in the right direction.
Well, look, I mean, Tennessee has a lot of billionaire boosters, and I think I told you guys when the Jimbo Fisher, Nick Saban blow-up happened, I think on some level it's Nick Saban acknowledging that Alabama isn't as well equipped in an NIL era as schools that have tons of billionaire boosters. And so Tennessee has got a lot of really rich guys that care a lot about how well the program does. And in years past, sometimes that could be a mess to have a lot of super rich boosters because they all have big egos and they can pull in different directions. But when you just say, hey, you can get these players if you're willing to pay this amount of money, you're speaking their language because you typically don't become a billionaire without being pretty good at capitalism and understanding basic business mechanics. Now, I know some people inherit it, but the family in general certainly has to be a big capitalist family in order to become billionaires. And so I think Tennessee is well equipped, as are Texas A&M and Texas, and probably USC. There are relatively few schools that have multiple billionaire boosters. Tennessee's one of them, and I think they've been very progressive in terms of trying to put together a collective that is going to lead to a lot of really good players coming to Tennessee that might not have looked at the balls otherwise.
What is interesting about what you just said, and I don't disagree with it, is there are a lot of people that speculate that the player Nick Saban had on his mind when Dunaway trapped him in that question and forced Nick Saban to take shots at Jimbo Fisher, that the player he had in mind is a kid that just committed to Alabama, that message was well received because it was down to Alabama and Texas A&M for that player, and that player just committed to Alabama. So what might get lost in all the Nick Saban, Jimbo Fisher scuffle there is that Saban got his point across, apparently, to the people he was trying to get it across to.
Yeah, but I think the long-range individual recruits can still make decisions that may not be entirely predicated on money, but the long-range trajectory here is what I described as college football's Berlin Wall has come down. And we went basically from communism, which is, hey, you get what everybody else gets and you're happy to get it and you should be a patriot, to all of a sudden unfettered capitalism. And that's why Russia and the Eastern European countries are so interesting because in the immediate aftermath of that rapid change in culture, you ended up with some really intriguing directions that those countries went. And a lot of people got really wealthy. It changed the trajectory of many people's lives. And I think that's what's going on in college football right now. So if I were Nick Saban and I'm whatever he is, 70 years old, and I had basically invented the perfect college football business where every year I get 5 first-round draft picks and there are only about 5 or 6 schools that I really have to worry about competing with me on a playing field, and that might even be high. Suddenly, I think that there is sort of a paradigm shift going on, a cultural change that many people have not become aware of. And some of the younger and more dynamic coaches who are more capitalistic in nature and put together the right partnerships, I think are going to be able to get talent that maybe they haven't been able to get in the past.
And one of those schools you mentioned, Texas, big news for Longhorn fans, obviously Arch Manning coming, at least giving the commitment last week. But Clay, I said one of the most interesting things to me is you've already got Quinn Ewers, now you've got Arch Manning. You can't play both of those guys. It's a fascinating dynamic to me.
I don't think you can have too many good quarterbacks. And I think this is one area where college football is smarter than the NFL. They don't know who's going to be good, let's be honest, in terms of high level coming out of high school going to college. I mean, there are 5-star quarterbacks that don't pan out, as you guys well know. There are 3 stars that end up being overall number 1 draft picks. So why not go bring in as many guys as you can? Every year in college football, you should be trying to sign a 5-star quarterback and then let them duke it out on the field in competition and go ahead and start the best one. And what you're going to see is the other one's going to transfer. And I'd rather have the opportunity, if I'm a coach, to see those guys inside of my facility and on my practice field than suddenly be scrambling to have to recruit somebody else's backup. And so I think, you set the precedent of, hey, we expect to sign 5 stars every year. Best man will play. And if you are the best man at insert school here, whether it's Texas, Alabama, whatever these big, institutions with elite quarterback talent, elite player talent are, you're going to be a first-round draft pick. I mean, that doesn't seem like a difficult pitch to me. And, with this constant college football free agency now, that is potentially going to mean there's a lot of movement. And look, I mean, the thing that I have said that I don't think most people have recognized is when you're a first-round draft pick in the NFL, the teams get access to you for a basically set salary for 5 years. And you can't go anywhere and hit free agency until that 5 years is up. Well, if you're a first-round pick, what's wild is in college football now, you could theoretically have a quarterback or a player at any position, but quarterback probably is going to be the most valuable, who is a free agent 3 times in 4 years. You can sign as a recruit. You could then march in and say, hey, unless I get X, I'm going into the transfer portal as a freshman or sophomore. And then if you graduate early, which I would encourage everybody to do just to maximize their schooling, but also to maximize their value, you can get the grad transfer exemption. So in 4 years, you could sell your college football labor to 3 different schools, and we don't have anything like that in pro sports, certainly pro football.
Clay Travis is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Another developing story that Ross Dellinger wrote about yesterday for Sports Illustrated, and everybody's talking about it today. And I want your thoughts on just what has happened in the last decade, the changing landscape of college athletics. The Big 12 is looking to Brett Yormark, who is the COO of Rock Nation, Jay-Z's company, to be their next commissioner at the Big 12. That's how important rights, television rights, and media rights are to conferences, schools, and sports in general. What's your thoughts on them targeting a guy from Rock Nation to be the Big 12 commissioner?
I don't know anything about him in particular, but the business side of it makes sense to me, by which I mean the businesses have become so massive that the difference between one CEO and another over time can be fairly substantial. And let me take a step back and just kind of explain what I mean. ultimately, when you are running any big institution, your job is to make the best decisions possible. And you have to make a ton of decisions every day, right? You can use the President of the United States. You can say the SEC commissioner, right? Whatever it is, you're running a big institution. You make 20 decisions, and a lot of them are tough decisions because if you're running any institution, by the time they get to you, they weren't able to be decided by somebody else. And so you basically have a lot of 50-50 decisions to make. And over time, if you make the right decisions on those 50-50 choices, then you end up far more successful than somebody who does not. And so to me, if you can find the right guy to run your business, it's going to make a tremendous difference. And I think the Big 12 is in a tough spot because they're not necessarily the Big 10 or the SEC where they roll out their offering and everybody tries to grab them. They're having to sell themselves. And so having somebody who's great at marketing, who's great at putting the best possible spin on your product becomes wildly important.
I asked this question yesterday. Khloe Kardashian turned 37, and I asked more Americans, do they know Tom Brady or Khloe Kardashian?
I think it's Brady, but it's not as crazy of a question as sports fans would think it is, because there are a ton of people who watch the Kardashians that know absolutely nothing about Tom Brady. But I just think the Super Bowl has over 100 million people who watch it, and Brady has now been in, 10 Super Bowls? So I think almost 100% of Americans know who Tom Brady is, or at least recognize his name. And I think the Kardashian thing is probably 70%, 75%.
Yeah, but
that's my guess in terms of recognition.
In the Kardashian power rankings, though, Khloe is third or fourth.
I don't know.
See, that was my point, Clay.
You guys, us are not. But here's how I would rank the Kardashian power rankings if you were asking me. I think it's Kim number one.
Yes,
right.
Correct.
I think
that
everybody
is
would
correct.
agree there.
Accurate.
But then I think it's probably Kendall and Kylie, and I can't tell either of them apart. But I think they're both more popular than the Kardashian you just mentioned.
Chloe.
Yeah,
so I think she would be fourth. Yeah, Chloe. Who's Courtney?
Courtney.
I think Courtney would be in the 5 hole. Courtney would be in your 5 hole there.
Well, what about the mom? You've left the mom out. What about the old lady?
Well, I think Kris Jenner would be, I think, fairly far down because I don't think she's as active on social media, and the younger, more glamorous daughters are going to be above her. Now, Bruce Jenner, now Caitlyn Jenner, would also be in there as well, as I think she would be above Kris on that Kardashian family tree, to the extent. Is that still? They're not married anymore, right? So I'm not even sure if Caitlyn Jenner would be in the.
Yeah, I don't know that we can include.
Yeah. Well, see, that was my point.
So I think that's my top 6.
The Brady was my pick as well, because I thought you just get lost in the Kardashian name of picking any individual out.
I kind of agree. Yeah, now that I think about it.
We put up a big picture yesterday on our show, and we were like, okay, which one is Chloe? And I think it took us the third one before we finally got it right. The Kardashian name's up there, but not as an individual.
A lot. Remember, the Chloe rumor was that O.J. Simpson was her dad. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, because Robert Kardashian was O.J.'s attorney, which is odd because Robert Kardashian a couple decades ago was the only famous Kardashian, and now you don't even think about him.
That's right, and he actually had talent. In that he is.
No, he was an excellent attorney. Yeah.
Yeah, but Chloe is like 6'4" compared to Kim and Courtney. Like she's massive in terms of height, and 6'4" is an exaggeration, but that was always the rumor. I mean, she's like 5'10" or something, and the others are like 5 foot or 5'2".
So the rumor was that that OJ was her dad. That was the rumor. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was a rumor on the internet for a long time. I mean, they say it's not true, but yeah, that was trying to explain away why she was so much bigger than her sister.
Hey,
and I think Rob, we should talk about him. Like, I don't know what happened to him, but remember, he used to be Rob Kardashian was on the show back in the day. I don't know him, and then it's embarrassing how much knowledge I have here. You had Scott Disick.
Yeah, is this a Laura thing? Does Laura watch or?
I don't know how I know so much. I think these guys got in under remember back in the day, the celebrity magazines used to be really, really popular.
Yeah.
And it, like in 2002, 2003, if you were at the beach or if you were at the pool, every girl between the ages of, 16 and 40 had like 5 stacks of those celebrity magazines where it would just be pictures of famous people and they would cover their drama. And so I think the Kardashians got in as a part of that era. And pre having kids, I think we occasionally would watch some of the Kardashian shows.
All right, he is Clay Travis. More hot sport takes from Clay next week. Outkick, Fox Sports, all those places. Clay, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
Hey, y'all too. Appreciate it.
Hey, and don't think we're not sending Buck, his little co-host, that clip that he used to watch the Kardashians for him to clap back at him today.
It really was.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that.
He
Clay
knew it
with
all.
us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Okay, if you're listening over in the Alabama football building right now, you can go and knock on Greg Burns' door, because when we come back, we've got something that is happening at one major school that I think Alabama fans would sign up for tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
For it to happen. That's coming up, and Rockstar's viewing menu. The show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. LT, tell us about the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, since day one, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've been with us for decades now. Mortgage Right, they will put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, it's priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Mr. Byrne, they want you to turn on the TNR app. They've got something for you in the next segment when we come back. Stay with us.
Anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Hey, before we get into Rockstar's viewing menu and the thing that I think a lot of Alabama fans would agree with, we did want to address what a lot of you were hitting us up on social media yesterday, that tragic train accident in Missouri that cost 2 passengers and the driver of a dump truck their lives. So 3 deaths in that fatal crash, because all of you were reaching out saying what a close call it was for Lance, who had just spent the previous week on a train in Missouri.
Yeah, I mean, it was 2 weeks ago yesterday. And so when I initially saw it, I was with Bo O'Neill at Alfa Romeo, and in their waiting room, it came on CNN. And it said Amtrak train derailed near Mendon, Missouri. And I just assumed, and I was actually with my daughter. She's like, oh my gosh, was that the train we were on? And I said, I assume it is. I don't know how many Amtraks go through the state of Missouri.
I just thought it was one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so I found out it was a train that was going from LA to Chicago. So it was a little north of the route that we were on. Again, ours was really smooth. I did talk to one of the train operators about situations like that. I don't know what you guys read into it. What I hear is the dump truck was parked on the tracks. You would assume the driver could get out in time.
Yeah, sometimes they use that to commit suicide, which is a horrible way to do it.
Well, and because of everybody else that you affect. I mean, you saw the train. I mean, it was on its side, and I was reading some of the accounts, some of the witnesses. The guy said he was asleep in one of the carts. Next thing he knew that he heard a huge bang, and dust is coming up through. He can't get out, so he has to crawl into the hall, go down a couple of compartments, and people helped him out of the top. But most of the people were taken to they found a small middle school around there. They set up a triage for all of the passengers. And that's one of those situations you're probably stuck in that town for who knows how long.
Yeah, so our thoughts to all of those folks, and we appreciate you all reaching out just to see if LT had seen it and who followed his journey across America. Part of our show today is being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, the official vodka of the World Games here in Birmingham. You know, I was seeing yesterday that we have a new transit line downtown to connect the city that, as they said in the quote that I saw on NBC 13, John Papke doing the story, we had hoped to have this ready, this new transit line with new raised bus stops and everything. I think it's called the Red Line, something like that. We were hoping to have it ready in time for the World Games. It had nothing to do with the World Games. We were doing this for Birmingham anyway. We just missed that, though. Not going to have it ready for the World Games.
Well,
just missed it.
Well, they delayed the World Games by a full year. How did you miss it?
About to say, when you delayed it, I remember, driving Red Mountain Expressway going almost past St. Vincent's, and they always had that sign up, and it was like 1,563 days.
Yeah, they had to reset that sign.
Again, I got to bring this up. When that bridge burned or blew up outside of Atlanta or in Atlanta, and they gave that construction company, hey, if you're able to finish this in 2 months, we're going to give you this bonus.
They tore it up.
Things can be done.
That's right.
Yeah. Did it take 2 months? It felt like they got it done in a weekend.
Well, they had to do it twice. I mean, I don't know if you remember, but we've had that happen twice in downtown Birmingham, and both times they gave the contractor a bonus, and he tore it up.
Yeah. The transit line looks good, though. It's going to connect South Side to another big part of the city, out to Woodlawn, just a straight line to move fans around. Just missed the World Games, though. Just missed it. Redmont Vodka, though, ready to go for the World Games. We're down to single digits, 9 days away today.
It's hard to believe, man. The official vodka of the World Games is Redmont Vodka. It's the official vodka for us here on the next round. Their aim is clarity, taste, color, and smells. Vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package at ABC stores. And also, wherever you're listening to us, ask for it by name, Redmont Vodka, because it's available in 20 states.
Okay, here we go. Imagine you're a longtime season ticket holder of a sports franchise, and you keep getting your seats every year. You know the organization or the school would be reluctant to come tell you got to give your seats up. Not at one school. Penn State has notified their season ticket holders that we're going to do a full reset of our season ticket seat locations this summer for the upcoming basketball season.
Mm-hmm.
Penn State's doing this to increase their home court advantage for Penn State games. They are moving the students to go along the side of the court on one side, like you see at places like Auburn Arena, to enhance the atmosphere, the home court advantage. So they are doing a complete season ticket reset, not building a new building, just doing a complete season ticket reset. They're going in there and saying, all right, big boosters, you've had this seat along this side of the court for years in some cases. We're resetting everybody, and we're going to do, you had to go back, re-sign. Every seat's up for grab now in the whole arena. And they're doing a complete reset to get the students on the court. I think Alabama students and fans would sign up to get that done in Tuscaloosa.
I mean, it depends on what seats you're losing if you're the fans.
I mean, if I've got a premium seat that I love, hey, you know what? I've supported this rat program for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Those people would not be happy, yes. And they're the big money people that are being moved here at Penn State, too.
Yeah, so I think you've got to accommodate those people first.
Right.
And then you make your changes. I do agree.
But if you love the program, you'd be willing to do it to help the home court advantage, right? You want a good premium seat.
You do, yeah, but as long as I'm not going to have a worse seat, as long as it is
well, I mean, if I'm
what I have.
If I'm on the court on one side, you can't be. There's only so many sides of the court, right? I can't be. I'm gonna have a worse seat.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. So the way, and I'm trying to imagine. I don't watch a ton of Penn State home basketball. That is a terrible basketball program.
It really is.
It really. I mean, it's probably the worst in the Big Ten. Well, I guess Rutgers is probably worse.
But it's
among the worst.
So on the score table side, you've still got.
I think Rutgers was the tournament team.
They were, but Penn State has gone to the tournament before, too. I'm not just going to judge it on 1 year in the tournament.
Yeah, I guess there's really not any, behind the basket.
What, for Alabama? And we're talking about in Coleman?
In current Coleman Coliseum, yeah. It's
I mean, they've already got students behind the basket on one side. I don't know a way you do it at Coleman. Again.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Sort of the corner.
No, they're literally behind the basket. They're down on the floor level seats behind the basket.
Okay.
You don't know. You do not believe that. Don't give me the okay.
I don't believe it. No, I think they're in the corner and they're on the sides.
They are, but then there's some that sit right behind the basket right there. Scott, am I right about that? Forrester has shot.
No, I think it's changed a little bit. I think they were behind the basket. I think they're a little off now.
Forrester just, not last season, but the season before, was shooting Alabama basketball from the floor, where there's students right behind you in those
This is not a
seats.
humble brag. I was on the floor for a couple of games this year, and I think
it's the section right where Lance's seat is. That one section is students, and then it's over, but they're not right behind the basket.
Seats right behind the basket. You say there are no students on those floor-level seats right behind the basket?
No.
And that changed this past season.
I don't know when it changed.
I don't know when it changed, but it wasn't this season, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well, they were the last time Scott shot there, and that was
I wouldn't
at least
bet,
2 seasons.
Wouldn't bet my life on it. I'd bet Dunaway's life on it.
See, I think if the basket is here, we're thinking behind the basket. I mean, it starts in this section, the last section of the turn, that is even with the side of the court. It's crappy seat for the students. It really is. Relatively speaking, to some student sections. Obviously, Penn State's design was not good for the students either. They're moving the season ticket holders. You wouldn't want to be moved if you were a season ticket holder, you're saying.
Well, look, I understand for the good of the program to give that really good home court advantage. What I am saying, though, is if I've been a big-time booster for a long time, don't take me from the Jack Nicholson seat to 20 rows back.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's not what Penn State is doing. Yeah. You're going to get to select your seats at certain tiers.
Except
certain
for
tiers.
Except for that one sideline we're putting the students. But they're doing a complete reset of theirs. Alabama's just going to probably wait until they get a new arena and reset that way.
Right.
That's an easier reset.
That's where you move the students closer.
Right. Yeah. We're going to a new arena. Everybody's got to reset. Right. It's harder to do it Penn State's way. They're not getting a new arena. They're going in now and saying, we're moving you. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to be over here now. It's easier when you got a new arena. You can go, well, I mean, we got to reset everybody anyway, so this is how it's going to be here. This is where the student's going to be. All right, let's go. Top tier, pick your seats. Okay, next tier, here we go. And it's easier that way with a new arena. Penn State doing the reset there. Some Alabama fans on social media tweeting saying, hey, here on Twitter, let's do this in Tuscaloosa. Bring them closer down there. Don't know if it'll happen in Coleman Coliseum. It happens every day, though. Right now, it's a viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life. Rockstar has something he's watching right now. I just finished The Lincoln Lawyer on Netflix last night.
Did you like it?
I enjoyed it. It was something Maggie and I watched over the weekend together. So it was.
I just didn't like
good.
the movie.
It was good. It wasn't great.
New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 or DanielMooreArt.com. Before you get into it, Rocky, have you heard about Bear on Hulu?
Your ex-wife told me about that yesterday. I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. She's like, this is the best show I've ever seen. I was like, I don't know.
I saw a promo for it last week, and then she told me about it yesterday, and then I saw another promo for it last night, and I was just wondering if anybody's seen
Truck
it.
driver who's got a cool little monkey that rides with him?
It's a kitchen, I guess a restaurant. It's about the kitchen staff in a restaurant in Chicago, I think.
And it's BEAR?
Yeah.
I've never heard of this.
Oh, me either.
Yeah, neither did I, but she was like, it's so good. I was like,
Now, we'll tell you, she's liked some bad stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Well, speaking of which, have you seen a series on a streaming service that you really like? I enjoy that show, but you just kind of stop watching it?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
Yeah, The Dark.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
I gave that up.
I'll tell you what I have a problem with, Rockstar. Like you watch like a season and then it goes away, but it's going to come back.
I'm talking like mid-season.
Oh, I'm talking about, though, I forget what all I'm watching.
Yeah.
And like whatever I'm watching is gone, but now a new season's coming back. But I've got so many streaming services, I feel like I miss when things are coming back sometimes. Like, oh, so-and-so season 3 is back. Or season 4 is coming up, or the next season of that, the new season of that. I mean, if it's not a really big show, like the one that all of you are talking about.
You stopped, and this is funny, we had this conversation today, and Mayor of Kingstown for me, and I thought it was pretty good. It was a little over the top. It was Yellowstone in the city, but I like Jeremy Renner a lot, but that's what it was, same writer, Taylor Sheridan. But we were talking about Mad Men today, and Dunaway gave it up, in my opinion, the best season of Mad Men.
Apparently mid-season of the best season of Mad Men.
Yeah,
but you gave it up because you just didn't care anymore. You're just like, I just stopped watching it.
I think I got busy at work, and life and stuff was going on.
But the Lawyer came out.
but then it was when he went to California on that trip to California. I remember a lot of pool scenes, a lot of flashbacks, And I was like, oh, I'm so lost in this. I don't have time for this.
There was a major backstory to the reason he went out to California and something he had to do. It was just part of Don Draper's character. Very important to the storyline. You need to go back and watch it. It's funny. 2 people have reached out to me. I got a text last night, saw it on Twitter yesterday. People that had never seen Mad Men that are watching now and absolutely love it.
I'm not against it. It's just one of those things. How many seasons was it? It's a daunting thing. Like, oh my God, it's 6 seasons. I got to start from 1.
It ran from 7 to 2015. I think it's 6 seasons.
Okay. Yeah.
But of course, I watched 2 more episodes last night, and the average lifespan for an ad man back in the 60s. What do you think the average lifespan was?
62.
This is like medieval times.
30.
It was 40.
Okay.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was 40 years old.
Because of smoking, drinking, and the stress?
The stress of smoking and drinking, that's all they did.
Yeah.
And no sleep.
Well, the reason I bring that up is season 2 of on Hulu tonight, Only Murders in the Building, with Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. It was a really funny show. I watched like 5 episodes, and I just stopped watching it.
Why? There's no reason?
There's no reason. Like, I just stopped watching it.
Is it connected, or is it individual?
It's connected.
There's a murder in the building, and they all listen to the same podcast. They're like, we could do our own podcast by talking about this murder.
I loved it for 4 or 5 episodes. I finished it.
I never finished it.
It didn't stick the landing. I know season 2's coming this week or next week.
Today.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know what I did on Saturday
That's
morning?
The reason you brought that up.
That's
Sorry.
right.
Yeah.
After I went and had my big Saturday morning breakfast, I came back, I grabbed a cup of coffee, and then I have some time to kill because we eat breakfast at sunrise. And so it's like 7:30, so I come across a documentary from Lilith Fair, 1997.
Close the drapes. We ain't going out today.
Wow.
Hey, hopefully you kept going.
2 hours long. I put my headphones in, and I'm upstairs watching Lilith Fair
Building
from
a Mystery?
1997.
Wow. What was Building a Mystery? Is that the name of it?
No, Sarah McLachlan, man.
I know.
So,
that's what I'm saying. That would have been a great name for it.
Do you know the song that got Maggie to come up the stairs and ask, what am I watching?
I don't want to wait for our lives to be over.
No. I'm a bitch. I'm a
such a terrible Meredith Brooks. Such an awful song. Awful song.
But
it's just a bunch of angry women, right?
You
that
started
did a
singing.
festival.
I started singing along with that one all the time. But apparently, with the headphones on, it got a little loud. Me singing that, and she came out and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? I was just watching the Lilith Fair documentary."
Was there a dude in the crowd?
Oh yeah, a lot of guys took their girlfriends and/or.
That Meredith Brooks song, they play heavy on Sirius XM too, and it's just an
on the
awful song.
90s.
I turn it every time.
It is terrible.
Yeah, Sarah McLachlan, really talented. But what I learned is I never thought Sheryl Crow was attractive.
No, she was.
She was.
Until I saw her in that.
I didn't know she was in Lilith Fair. I thought that was one of those that I wouldn't be allowed backstage.
You stick out.
Yeah.
Well, it was an all women's cast.
No, I get that, but like, imagine Monsters of Rock, which my brother went to in Kansas City back in the day. Imagine their backstage passes, who they went to.
Yeah, exactly.
A bunch of groupies.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Lilith Fair probably wouldn't have handed me anything.
No, I thought it was 50-50. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know Sheryl Crow liked to get after it a little bit.
So I found it entertaining too. If you like that kind of music, you can go back and.
I'd rather have a swift kick to the balls than watch that, but
make it swift.
And that's what Rockstar's watching today. When we come back, the ACC has done what we thought they were going to do, but it's official now. We'll talk about that when it comes to college football. And I think Lunsford has the graphic ready. We'll do that to start the 11 o'clock hour as we get ready to release our entire 40 and 40 and our countdown, which begins Thursday. We're close to college football, 60 days away, right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Little Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Little Sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Had a chance to swing by Hamburger Heaven again over the weekend and enjoy some of their hot dogs. Their burgers are so good, but every time I go in, I'm either going hot dogs or the club sandwich.
That's what's weird is I typically do the club too, and I love their hot dogs. Do you do slaw on the hot dogs?
Oh, yeah. I go in, and she goes, what condiments do you want on that? They have a 2 hot dog special.
You're like everything?
I'll take them all. Yeah, I'll take it all. And I end up, I hate being that guy, but I end up having to eat my hot dog with a fork and knife because it has so much stuff, but it's delicious.
If I ever, and they're not a sponsor of Subway, I don't really do a lot of different things on, all of their things that you can get. What am I looking for? They're not condiments, dressings.
Yeah.
vegetables,
the vegetables, everything.
Yeah, all the fixings.
The fixings.
No, but it's funny. Like when I go to Taco Mama, shout out Will Haver. I will, because I get a bowl a lot of times, and I will destroy it. I mean, I will get everything. I'll catch myself, like the line behind me. I feel bad because I continue to get like olives. Give me the sriracha slaw. Let me get some queso.
A lot of
fresco.
choices there. I mean, you got
It
a lot of
really
stuff.
is.
Yeah.
But see, I go. Like I'll do 2 different kinds of slaw. I'll do 2 different kinds of jalapenos.
Oh yeah,
it'll be like
give me the fresh and the fried jalapenos.
Yeah, fresh and roasted. And I'm like, they're like, oh, so you want the roasted instead of the fresh?
Nope.
I was like, nope, I want both of them. Yeah, absolutely, I do that too. I want the slaw. Oh, you want that kind of? No, I want both. Thank you. I want both kind of sauces. Yes. At Hamburger Heaven this past weekend, there was a gentleman. I'd already got my order, waiting for it to come up, waiting for my number to be called, number 56. A gentleman was having a hard time paying. There was a little language.
Most famous 56, by the way.
Player, Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, okay. Wow, I was checking you. Very good.
I was a guess.
Rockstar loves when I do that.
It was a guess. So I'm waiting for my hot dogs to pop up, and there was a guy there getting his lunch, but he couldn't. His card wasn't working, and there was a language discrepancy.
Like he spoke a different language?
Yeah, he was speaking, I assume Spanish. I don't want to stereotype, but I think it was Spanish. I had 3 years of Spanish. I should at least put a...
Could have been Portuguese, though, right?
It could be Portuguese. Could have been French. I'm horrible at all those. But the lady behind the counter and him couldn't get on the same page. Card not working. She's trying to explain it to him, not going anywhere. I step over, Brown.
You paid it forward.
I step over to offer. I said, I'll pay for lunch today. And next time I'm in here, I'm sure you'll be in here. You buy mine.
Yeah. Now, I know you can't understand me, but...
He understood enough to let me pay because I had my card out. And he goes, no, really loud. And I was like, no, please. And he's like, no, really angrily.
So and people thought you were like touching his junk or something?
Grabs his wallet and turns and walks out and goes sits in his car and start making a phone call. So the entire time I'm eating my hot dog, I keep waiting for
the cartel to take you out.
Active shooter situation. I kept waiting for him to get mad and come back in.
This is Dunaway's life. Y'all are getting a glimpse in the head.
I'm still going to enjoy the hell out of this hot dog.
So I'm going to be an active shooter. So
why didn't you get it to go? Are you afraid he was going to follow you to the house?
Well, I didn't want to take that sloppy hot dog in the car. I think I was going to play golf.
So what do you think was wrong? What pissed him off so bad?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's embarrassing to have somebody else try to pay for your if your card's not working. I've got money, he's probably thinking. I just was like trying to be nice. And it was starting to get 2 or 3 people behind him at this point, so I didn't want to slow up the line any, and I felt bad that it wasn't being connected.
Did anybody behind you acknowledge what was going on after he took off? Were they like, man, that was weird?
I think one guy went, whoo.
Did you say me because I tried to pay for that guy's beer salt that night to
you almost got shot coming back from an Alabama basketball game?
Yeah, that was one of the wildest scenes I have ever seen. Yeah. It was crazy.
That was probably the only time I ever almost took a soda and a Snickers to the car and just shoplifted and just let the law be whatever it's going to be. I didn't want to give up my soda and my Snickers, but I didn't want to get shot either. So I was like,
I know it was a very difficult spot we were in.
Am I just going to walk to the car and just see if they take me to jail?
That was a wild scene.
Wait. So why didn't he want you to buy the rock salt for him?
It's beer salt. So Dunaway. All right, so we're coming back.
He's a big homemade ice cream guy.
No, I mean, who in the hell buys beer salt?
I don't know. Well, this guy. All right. So me, Dunaway, and a friend of ours named David Meadows are coming back from an Alabama basketball game, and it's that convenience store. Like if you come down University and you're getting on in Cottondale, and there's that little convenience store right there by the exit. So we pull in there, and David's like, "I don't really want anything. I'm gonna stay in the car." So me and Dunaway go in, and we're just getting our soda and a snack for the ride home back to Birmingham, and the attendant tells the guy in line that he's trying to steal that beer salt. He's like, man, I got no beer salt on me. I'm not trying to steal beer salt. And they're going back and forth. And I mean, it is getting heated to the point, like Dunaway said, you're debating, I really want this snack, but do I just drop it and go? Because there's no telling where this could go.
Well, the problem is there's not another convenience store really close.
Yeah, and once you get on the interstate, you're not stopping for Birmingham.
So I'm next in line, and I'm like, hey, I'll pay for the beer salt. I mean, what are we talking about here, $3? I mean, what do you think it was like a thing like that?
I didn't even know they sold it at a convenience store.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what you do with it, but he did, and he said it just like that. Hey, I'll pay for the beer salt.
I'll pay for the beer salt. I don't even know if he's got it, but if he does, I'll pay for it.
Is it a meth ingredient?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I just know that at that point, I was hoping whoever pulled the gun was a great shot and they hit Brown and it wasn't a through and through.
Yeah. So, but then we get out in the car and our buddy David, so that all gets settled out somehow. We get out of the car. Our buddy David's like, man, did y'all see that scene? And we're like, yeah. And well, he's outside and apparently somebody pulls away from the gas pump with the pump still in. And everything just goes haywire outside. I mean, it was just the wildest 5 minutes of this community.
All going on at one time.
All at the same time.
That poor attendant.
Gas station's gone wild.
It really had.
It says beer salt is a coarse salt that is added to beer, a practice that is popular in Mexico and parts of South and Central America. Ugh.
Oh, so it was probably the dude that was buying Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, he's
full circle, right?
He's grown up. No.
Crazy, man.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Willie's. As Forrester...
Jay says if he was speaking Spanish, you were closer to helping him than Brown was.
That's true.
I at least got a D out of my class.
Right,
Willie's Pressure Washing helps LT out.
Yeah. Hey, look, if you need to get your home, business, or financial investment looking brand new again, call the team at Willie's Pressure Washing. Think about it. You're an office owner. You're pulling up. You've got all that stuff on the side of the building. It looks terrible. All you got to do is call Willie's. They're going to take care of it for you. They're able to offer that variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond. They've got the right equipment technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Cleaning your patio, driveway, windows, home exterior can be a back-breaking chore. You don't want to waste the hours on it. Let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. Call them today. Again, you have no idea the difference your place will look once they do this. Call 205-963-2000, 205-963-2000. Blake, Connor, they came out along with Willie the dog, did a great job. Make sure you tell them the Next Round Central.
God, look how better that looks. Terrific, folks, there. The ACC, starting in 2023, will officially go no divisions. Everybody's heading this way. The SEC will too, but no divisions. And they are adopting the 3-5-5 model. They're going to stay at 8 games. So 3 permanent teams on your schedule, and then you'll rotate through the rest of the league, 5 and 5. It's going to be hard for the SEC to stay at 8 games and do a model that gets you to play everybody twice in 4 years. You'd have to do the 1-7 model. Just if you're wondering, Clemson's 3 permanent games will be Florida State, Georgia Tech, and NC State. Florida State's is Clemson, Miami, and Syracuse, to tell you what we're talking about. Then you rotate through the rest of the league every other year. So a pretty neat deal, but no divisions.
No divisions, I think, is the big takeaway there. So now that's the Pac-12. The Big 12 is already no divisions. I don't think they plan to go to divisions.
Not go back.
And now the ACC. So you're down to the SEC of the major conferences anyway, the SEC and the Big 10 with divisions. So you got to think divisions are going to be a thing of the
and
past.
you and I think, agree on this. For whatever reason, I don't care about the other conferences. I like the SEC and divisions.
I know.
I've always liked it, but sometimes you don't know what you don't know, and maybe I'm going to like it better without divisions.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've always liked the division races, especially for teams that don't have a chance to win a national championship.
I got to be honest. I'm caveman lawyer. I like life before cell phones.
These divisions, they don't scare me.
2023 through 2026, the ACC not making a long-time commitment to that. They're going to give it a 4-year run and see what it's like.
It's probably a good idea.
When we come back, top of the hour, we'll talk about our 40 and 40. You guys have voted, and interesting, a variety of teams projected to play in the college football playoffs. We'll unveil those teams that you guys project will be in the college football playoffs. Not just 4, not a total. We'll save that for tomorrow. But these teams all had at least 1 vote to be in the college football playoff. That's next on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Top of the hour, second half of the show, hour number 3, brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. More on them in a second. What's going on in the world? A Walter Camp preseason All-American team was announced. Bryce Young, Will Anderson, Eli Ricks on the first team from the University of Alabama. But man, you want power in the SEC. Brock Bowers is the tight end.
You get defensive lineman Jalen Carter from Georgia. But where the SEC really shines, the secondary, Brown. Listen to this. The entire Walter Camp preseason All-American team, first team, every member of the secondary from the Southeastern Conference.
So let me guess. Eli Ricks,
Alabama.
Jalen Catalan?
Nope.
I'm already out.
There you go. Cam Smith, South Carolina. Keely Ringo, Georgia. Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M.
Well, that's interesting, too, because I think a lot of people would have Jordan Battle as the first team safety in the Southeastern Conference.
Catalan would be in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, and Jordan Battle's not, and Brian Branch, he plays more of a role in a secondary rather than a full-time spot. But, I mean, those guys aren't even on there.
Just in case you're wondering, your best receivers, 2 of them, Jordan Addison, USC, Jackson Smith, and Jigba from Ohio State. And your running backs, Bijan Robinson and Travion Henderson from Texas and Ohio State. It's the Walter Camp preseason All-American list. We told you the ACC has announced they are not going to do divisions starting in 2023. Sonny DeShera is a consensus All-American for Auburn baseball. He's only the 3rd in program history. Tim Hudson and Bo Jackson are not the other 2. DeShera joins Frank Thomas, the Big Hurt, and Casey Mize, just from a few years ago, as a consensus All-American there in baseball. Braves and Phillies tonight at 6 o'clock. Stallions in the USFL Championship. We'll talk to Skip Holtz in an hour. They play the Stars on Sunday night, 6:30 on Fox. Brown has the local TV ratings from NBC 13, WVTM, this past Saturday night. Did Birmingham tune in?
So you tell me. Well, first of all, the Fox game in the afternoon did a 2.5 rating, a 7 share.
In Birmingham?
In Birmingham.
Oh, how about that?
The NBC game, you'll have to tell me how good this is. I can only compare it to Alabama and Auburn football, and it's going to fall well short of that. Nobody's surprised. 5.4 rating, 12 share.
To me, that is...
So 5.4 rating real quick, that's the percentage of population is the rating. The share is percentage of TVs in use. So
what was the share?
12. So 12% of the TVs in use were watching the Stallions game in Birmingham. I'd say that's pretty good.
I would say on a given night that would, I would need Jonathan Hardison, to our friend from Fox 6, to help me out here, but I would say that would finish second in your local news battle, maybe tied for first at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So it's about what a newscast would draw.
And I think on a given Saturday in college football, a non-SEC game probably, if it's not the biggest game in the country, is probably drawing about that. So that's a pretty good rating.
That is.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that it would equate to a regular season college football game that's not SEC.
Yeah,
It's not the SEC, or it's not the biggest game in the country, not Ohio State, Michigan.
I would say the 33-40 Big Ten game, the ABC Big Ten game that's on opposite the CBS SEC game probably gets about that number.
Oh, I bet it's less than that.
You think it's less than that?
Yeah, opposite of the SEC.
So Michigan State, Penn State gets less.
Probably. If it's on opposite the SEC on CBS, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's your prime ABC game, depending on if Alabama or Auburn are playing at that time, that's going to affect
how do they a lot of people have multiple TVs now.
Yes.
How do they monitor that?
No clue.
Yeah.
Because people are always, like the other night, I'm watching, my Lightning play, watching the Braves play at the same time. And if I'm commenting on the Braves, they're like, "You're not watching your Lightning?"
Yeah.
Well, I am.
Got them both on.
I'm watching them both. Now, sometimes my focus will just go on to one television, but I don't know how they do that with the ratings.
I mean, we're in metered markets, so they only meter one of the TVs in your household, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, which one?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess you choose that as the consumer, right?
Yeah, but if it's mine in the living room, it's hardly on. If that's one my wife's watching, it's hardly on. If it is, it's on streaming something. I don't know how they do ratings.
Yeah.
That's why what we do, I think, is more legit. I mean, these are hard numbers. There's no guesstimation. There's no cross-polling. It's not you send out 12 books to 12 people and do a math problem. This is just real numbers.
Well, that's one of the reasons, when we were in radio for so long, I never sold numbers. It was more relationships. And
we actually had really good ratings.
Yeah, I thought we had really good ratings. And, if somebody asked, I would tell them. But, now I get excited about the numbers that we've got. So I think it's important for people to see how many people are listening, when they're listening, where they're listening, and that's hard data.
Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew will take care of you for lunch today, dinner tonight. They'll do any of your parties at home, at work. They'll cater your tailgate, whatever. Sterling will work with you, man. Champy'sChicken.com. You can't beat them. Great chicken fingers. The kids will love them. You'll love the chicken fingers. He makes those, cut those by hand in store there. The Mississippi Delta tamales, the great sandwiches, unbelievable po' boys, and a lot more right there at Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Champy'sChicken.com. You folks have done it again. So many of you, 54 of you, volunteering to give us your top 40 preseason rankings. All of us here at Double Down Media voted as well. Tomorrow, we'll unveil our entire top 40 in our hashtag 40 and 40, and then we'll start counting them down one team a show all the way up to the start of the college football season. So as of Thursday, we'll be 40 shows away from our guaranteed Friday show and the start of week 0. So we're that close to football. So here are the teams that got at least one vote in the top 4 of a poll out of 64 polls to be in the college football playoffs. The first tier, if you will, Rockstar, the first tier, if you'll lay it in, the ones you expect in our 40 and 40 ranking.
Is the top 4 and then the rest. We're going to do the top 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So give me the top 4, the first 4, as I'm saying right here. The college football playoff, these are the ones you would expect. Alabama.
I had Alabama there. You guys?
Ohio State.
I had Ohio State.
Georgia.
I had Georgia.
Clemson.
So that's the way mine went.
That's the most common that you would expect to be there. Nobody's surprised by any of those teams, right?
And we always like to point out to you, this is the first time we've seen this too. Only our graphic operators have seen these results. We see them just as you see them.
Yeah, so here
Let's go to David Pollock down in Athens. David, what do you think?
I don't understand why they put Clemson in there after last year, Reese.
I've got a hot take. Can I go next?
Please settle down, Joey. All right, here's the rest of the had at least in the top 4 of a poll that came in yesterday. Some of the others that got in here. Oklahoma. Okay. Somebody had Oklahoma in there.
Top 4 votes.
Couple of folks had that. Texas A&M. Some folks had Texas A&M to sneak in there. Oregon,
a top 4 vote.
Pac-12 team got in there.
Thanks
How about that?
Thanks to the Knicks family for voting.
Yeah, Notre Dame had a vote. What a great first year that would be for Marcus Freeman.
No doubt.
Utah. Yeah,
Lance,
Utah was very popular.
I did have Utah on my top 4.
Really? So there's Lance's vote. Utah.
So Utah, Texas.
Hook 'em horns.
I had Texas.
Did you really?
Yeah, I had my number 4 team. Michigan makes it in there. One more. Baylor.
Wow.
Yeah, somebody had Baylor to get in there yesterday.
So we have an opportunity for 1, 2.
There are 12.
3. We got an opportunity for 3 new teams to enter the college football playoff if that happened, based on those.
The 3 new teams would be Texas A&M,
Baylor,
Utah, and Baylor?
Yep.
Texas hasn't been there.
Oh, so 4.
4, yeah. Yep. So
who would be the most?
No, Oregon's been there.
Yeah, Oregon has been the very first one.
No, you said A&M. A&M, Utah, Texas, Baylor.
Right.
Yeah.
So of those 12, which one would you be most surprised by?
Baylor for me of those 12.
Probably it. I mean, Oregon.
Oregon for me.
Oregon, I'd more than Baylor, though, you think? Really?
Mm-hmm.
So you think Dave Aranda can back this up a little bit?
No, but I think they're probably about on even par.
Yeah.
But if you look at that right there, I mean, you look at that and you say, well, we really don't know what's going to happen in the Big 12 because we have Oklahoma, we got Texas, we got Baylor there. We think it's either Utah or Oregon. I'm surprised there was no USC there. The SEC, I think a lot of people were voting thinking maybe 2 SEC teams again. But if you're the Big 10 or the ACC, it's Ohio State and Clemson. Nobody else thinks I can get anybody else. Well, there's a Michigan. I'm sorry, but the Clemson, there's no Miami.
There's no Miami. There's no NC State. Yeah,
I'll tell you, I had 3 teams from the ACC in the top 10.
You did. I noticed that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I do think, let me ask you guys this scenario, because I had NC State at number 5, and I've got Clemson at number 6.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think NC State's going to be really good.
You got them at number 5?
And I've got Clemson at number 6. NC State's got to go to Clemson, but if they beat Clemson on the road, that's Clemson's only loss. Is there a chance NC State and Clemson could both get in.
It would seem remote to me. I got to see who NC State's well,
they wouldn't play
Clemson's non-conference.
They wouldn't play in the conference championship.
The championship.
Yeah.
But Clemson with that brand with only one loss.
So Clemson's undefeated, which means Lance. I don't think their non-conference is good enough to do that. I mean, if they're undefeated non-conference, they have beaten Furman, La Tech, and South Carolina.
Yeah.
Yep. There's just not Notre Dame. I'll take that back. I always forget that's. I guess that's viewed as a non-conference. I mean, it is.
It is.
So they would have won at Notre Dame. So I guess that helps you.
But see, I'll always do this with you. You know, when you always bring this up, David or Joey, whoever you're playing on our Sports Center set here. Tell me what everyone else has done. Has Alabama and Georgia don't play each other? Are they both unbeaten in the SEC championship game again, like they were last year?
That's what I'm booking on right now.
Yeah. So if both Alabama and Georgia are unbeaten, you're not going to knock either one of those out.
No,
right?
Both of those teams, and I've got both of those teams in the top four. And I'm not saying NC State and Clemson are going to be there because I've got them 5 and 6.
Well, then in your scenario, Ohio State's got to crap the bed. What have they done?
No, you got Ohio State.
I've got Ohio State there.
Then
I'm just saying I don't have NC State or Clemson in the top 4.
Well, but there's no way they both get in then if Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State are in.
Yeah, but that's why I don't think they would. I'm just asking, is there a scenario they could?
I don't know.
Because based on the fact that Alabama and Georgia are going to be double-digit favorites in every single one of their games, I'm just assuming we're going to have undefeated SEC championship.
There's a chance as I look at it, this is not going to happen, but there is a chance that NC State plays one ranked team all year.
But the good news.
Did you look at their schedule?
I did, and that's one of the reasons I've got them so high. The good news for them is they're going to be ranked in the top 12.
Like by the time they hit their bye week, I think they will have played one ranked team. East Carolina will never be ranked this year. Charleston Southern isn't eligible to be ranked. Texas Tech, I don't think will be ranked. UConn won't. They're at Clemson. They'll be ranked. Florida State, do you think Florida State will be ranked by October 8th? Syracuse? No. So then they got a bye week. Virginia Tech?
Nope.
Wake?
Yes.
Probably ranked. That's probably your other one. Boston College?
Nope.
Louisville?
Maybe.
North Carolina? Maybe. There's a couple maybes in there, but when I look at NC State's schedule, they might play two ranked teams.
But you guys tell me this. If they start out number 12 in the rankings, let's just say, I think that's going to be about the number for NC State. If they were to run the table, there's no chance they're not in.
I mean, yeah. I mean, an undefeated major conference team is hard to keep out.
You've done the AP vote before.
Right.
I have. We've all done these type of polls. Do you think a lot of people go into the season this year thinking there's two SEC teams in like there was last year?
Well, I think Alabama gets the benefit of the doubt. Whether people like it or not, that's just true. People trust Alabama's brand.
Well, they're going to be one or two in the preseason rankings, probably one.
Yeah, they're going to be one.
And I think Georgia, people look at that schedule and think like you think, and it's probably right. How did they not go undefeated? So, yeah, I think in a lot of people's minds as they vote right now, they've probably already got Georgia and Alabama in this thing.
Yeah, so that's why
I don't disagree with that.
That's why Greg Sankey sits here and goes, well, you guys don't want to expand? That's fine. We're going into the season with the mindset of the people who vote in the polls that we're going to have two teams in. Like LT paints a scenario, what would it take for Clemson and NC State to get in here? And we start punching holes in it instantly. And the first hole you punch into it is, well, tell me how many SEC teams are in. Because if there's two SEC teams, there's not going to be two from one other conference in there. So
much like I can never remember the difference between a tornado warning and watch, I can never remember the way you guys vote. See, I vote as I see what's going to be at the end of the year.
I vote. It's weird, Lance. That's the way I vote in the preseason. I think Alabama is the best team in football. I think they'll win the national championship. I vote them number 1. I think they'll beat Ohio State in the championship game. I vote them number 2. I think Georgia wins the East, loses to Alabama. I vote them number 3. I mean, those are examples, obviously, but that's how I vote. But then once you get in the season and you have actual data,
oh yeah,
I and Dunaway was very frustrated when I was an AP voter because
it made no sense.
Made no sense to Jim. I had a lot of volatility in mine. Like I would move you. So let's say
if I'm 7 1 week, next week he had me at 14. I was like, what the hell are you doing? What did I do? I won my game.
You played an unranked team and you had to score late to beat them, and you got a bad call to beat. I mean, I think you should have dropped for that. But hey, you know what? At number 14, if you played number 2 the next week and beat them, I might have you number 3.
Yeah. So like example, I've got Wisconsin number 13. I've got Michigan number 11. If Wisconsin Michigan played early, Wisconsin wins that game by 28, you might even propel Wisconsin into the top 10.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I see that. That's
a
the way I
lot
would
of
do it.
volatility. And the other thing you get this gets complicated late in the year, but I always try to vote on head-to-head. If everything else was equal, so in other words, both teams are 6-1. If Team A beat Team B, I'm going to have Team A in front of them. Now, where it gets tricky is you'll get a lot of round robins where I got a lot of teams that are 6-1 and they've all beaten each other, and then it becomes difficult. But I always try to make head-to-head stand above everything else. One thing I did not put any stock in is mutual opponents. Everybody's like, well, Alabama beat Georgia by 7 and Tennessee beat Georgia by 21. How do you not? Well, those are different games. That doesn't matter to me.
So we're unleashing this on Thursday?
Tomorrow is we put out the entire top 40 and others,
start on Thursday,
and then we start 40, 39, counting down every day.
Can I ask you guys just one? I don't want to tease or get into this too much. Where you have Kentucky? Kentucky is a fascinating study for me.
I had them outside of my top 25, but barely. I had them 27.
I had them 22.
I don't remember where I put them.
I mean, they were a top 25 team
As
last
you
year.
said it, I started thinking, God, I hope I put Kentucky in mine.
How could you not?
Well,
with the greatest quarterback this side of Tim Tebow.
And we call that the human factor.
Yeah.
It does happen.
It does. It happens. Can we put the graphic back up again?
17th. I
Because
got them
Lunsford,
17th.
Lunsford did such a great job with this graphic here.
We're going to start it all
They really
over?
did.
Yeah.
I think this is better than ESPN does.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great-looking graphic. And don't underestimate your ability to drop the logos in. Let's just start it over from the beginning, Rockstar. Let's let those things drop in there again. I mean, I just love the way they dropped in. It feels like, you know what it is?
What?
This feels
Selection
like
show?
It feels like we're in November.
All right, here we go.
Hey, it feels like we're in November in here. Where's Sam?
This is the first time we have seen this.
Let's start at the top. No guessing here. Who's number one?
Lunsford back in graphics. Oh, it's Alabama.
Really no
I'm not
surprise there.
surprised.
We can go ahead and put number 2 in. No, it's Ohio State.
Yeah. You know Georgia's coming number 3.
Yeah. Now, a little intrigue at number 4. Is it Clemson or is it Oklahoma?
Clemson's schedule is not being great. There they are.
So I expect to see Oklahoma next.
That's bad news for Oklahoma, Reese.
Because their tough game, Clemson's tough game's already behind them. I expect to see Oklahoma next.
There it is. They're the Sooners.
There it is.
Brent Venables done a good job in year 1.
No, Jimbo Fisher's still in it despite that
Where is
loss.
the Pac-12?
5 touchdown
There
loss.
they are. There they are.
Guilty. Where's the
That's
Pac-12?
my whole childhood right there. I do so many fake TV shows like that all the time. And technically, I guess that's what we do here every day.
You know what we don't have? A Group 5.
No.
Not even in the mix.
Never gets any respect early on.
Hey, is Mark Schleybaugh on the limb? Mark Schleybaugh is live at the Live Golf event for ESPN.
Oh,
and
wow.
boy, I have not seen
He had a night, didn't he?
I've not seen Mark in a minute. He is going gray.
Gray beard.
Salt
and pepper top.
Salt and pepper hair.
Yep.
Looks like Schleybaugh's on the limb.
I'd like it when Mark covered just college football. They've got him covering everything. He's like their investigator.
He's an investigative reporter now.
He's their I-team.
I used to like it when Mark just did fun top 25.
Yeah, just college football.
Steve Phillips, former general manager.
Oh, he looks like Roger Sterling.
Hey, I'm telling you, Mad Men's become our new Shawshank.
It really has. Me and LT are all in on Mad Men.
That is Roger Sterling.
Roger Sterling is one of the great characters in TV history. I was just going to tell you.
I sent out my top 5 list a month ago, and I had Sterling in there.
This guy goes in to ask him for a raise the other night. He goes, how much you want? 300 a week. Because nobody makes that up here. I'll give you 2 1/4. Say yes.
Yeah.
Such a good line.
My favorite part of what we do, this was the same way on radio before you could even see us. A big bank of televisions, and then we just start talking about what we're watching on TV.
Yeah. Oh, no. We're a squirrel show. Yeah. Squirrel!
All right. That's our the next round 40 and 40 top vote getters, not in any order, and not necessarily the teams that will show up in your top 12, but they were the ones that at least had one voter had them in their college football playoff. Those were the names mentioned.
I'm a little surprised somebody just didn't have Houston in there.
Throw the graphic up one more time, Rockstar. Don't read it in. Just pop it back up. There we go. You think the national champion comes from that list?
Oh, yeah.
All those?
Yeah.
Yes. I'd almost bet my life on it.
Yeah, I would bet my life on it.
You'd bet your life on it.
I would bet my life
on that
on
group, I got 12 teams in college football.
For enough money. If you guys can get one of these guys that's giving, a 17-year-old that's never taken a college snap millions of dollars, I'll put it in my kid's college fund, and you guys can shoot me on the air.
On the air?
Yeah, if one of those teams doesn't win.
Technically, we wouldn't shoot you on the air. What we'd end up doing would be we'd let Lunsford do it in a TikTok after the show.
And we wouldn't have to take your body to the morgue. We just laid over the office over there. Be fine.
Yeah, burn me in the parking lot. Or burn me in a garbage can here and heat you guys up.
When we come back.
Heat provided by LT today.
Hey, I do have the whoopee on.
Maggie asks, she'll turn it on. And what's LT doing with the blanket? I said, it gets pretty cold in there sometimes. It's pretty cold, especially when he takes an IV. That's usually when you got the blanket.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we've got trash. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's today. LT, tell them about Bromberg's.
Look, they are your diamond specialists. If you've been thinking about popping the question, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg's. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right, here we go. Trash in just a second, but first I want to tell you to make sure that your roof doesn't turn to trash by using my man Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the free world. We've talked with Greg many times over the years, and he really bases his company on two principles. One, being trustworthy, and the other is being reliable. And he's been doing that for over 20 years. Storm Restoration Roofing's been locally owned for over 20 years. Greg and his wife own the company now, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He offers the best warranties in the business, and insurance companies trust him. When Greg gets on your roof, the insurance contractor is going to say, man, if Greg Nelson was up there, I know the report he's turning into me must be 100% accurately. Here's your check. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after the storms we have in the spring and summer around here, it's time to get it checked out. Greg Nelson will do it for free. A free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It is Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Did we see Lady Bird in a commercial break with Will Levis? Is that what we were just seeing?
Yeah, that was Lady Bird.
Explain to me what she was eating there.
She had a variety of things. I think she had, if we could go back to it, I know two things. She had the...
I saw pizza, Mexican pizza.
The Italian sausage vodka penne dish from New York Butcher Shop. She had a Taco Bell Mexican pizza. That's me in the background. That's
peanut butter, I would assume.
Yeah, maybe. It might just be ice cream.
You didn't give her that Jif peanut butter they had the recall on, did you?
No.
Good.
She does love peanut butter. I think that's just ice cream there.
Just ice cream.
Yeah, just ice cream.
That's a meatball from an old sponsor.
Yeah,
you guys know what I'm talking about. She likes meatballs a lot.
Right.
Yeah. Will Levis eating basically a old banana with a pill on the left. There's Lady Bird eating better than
there's the pasta.
3/4 of the planet.
Most humans, yes.
She loved that pasta. That pasta is amazing from the New York Butcher Shop. But next is the funny is because watch her paw on the box, how strategic she is with Mexican pizza. Keeps it off the carpet and everything.
What kind of calorie count she have?
Well, she did 8 miles yesterday. So
she burns a lot.
Yeah.
She eats whatever she wants?
Yeah.
I can't wait till she goes off to college and puts on the freshman 15.
I don't think she will, man. I mean, again, she's in the top 3 percentile of all dogs in Alabama as far as steps.
Yeah.
God, idiot.
Yeah, let's do trash.
Such an insult.
It's brought to you by friends at Mortgage Right.
Who keeps those ratings?
It's an FI collar.
Who looks them up?
No.
It's an FI collar.
Sorry, I like my dog. I can't help it.
Who feeds a dog from New York Butcher?
It's the only Pac-12 school that does not contain the name of a state. What is Auburn? Oh no. Pac-12 Stanford.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right, they're ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with, what do you do when there's no toilet paper in a public restroom?
Well, you walk like a penguin. You don't go first. Like that's the first thing you check,
Sometimes
right?
there's an emergency, man. Sometimes.
Has this happened to you?
I broke the seal. I think I told this story before. I was one of those ones where I wouldn't even go in high school. I'd wait till I get home. Emergencies happened. I would drive home. I would never use a stranger's bathroom or a gas station. I wouldn't do it until one day we're on the family trip. I think it was a sophomore in high school, and we're on the way to the beach, and there is a wreck on 65. Somebody had died, and it was bumped up. Nobody was moving.
Yeah.
And so my stomach dropped, and we were like 3 miles from an exit, and my dad's like, "There's nothing I can do. We're not moving. Like, people are getting out of their cars on the interstate, just walking around." So I was like, I had to go to the woods, and that broke the seal. I have never looked back since.
What'd you wipe with?
Sock.
Yeah.
Was it you took it off your foot or you had it in
No, I
luggage?
just found it on the ground.
No,
yeah, took it off my foot.
I'm saying you didn't have it in luggage or anything.
Yeah, but then I turned it, put it inside out, and then put it back on.
We still want to get in my shoe.
We were at a place in Tuscaloosa as undergrads. The late Tommy Cummings, the Dragon, rest in peace, my old roommate. He had to go really bad, and the bathroom didn't have toilet paper, and so he took a shat, and then he just used his boxers.
Yeah, leave it behind. The only time I've ever had to do that, like, I do not like playing road games. I am really.
I don't think anybody does,
yeah,
right?
I mean, I'm a home team when it comes to this one.
Me too.
But I was playing in a golf tournament one time, and I can remember exactly where it was, Spring Hill College, down in Mobile, and this is when I was in high school, playing in a golf tournament. When we were putting out on 8, I told the 2 people in my group, I'm going to have to meet y'all on the 10th tee. As soon as I put out on 9, I'll meet y'all on the 10th tee. I made it off the 9th tee and realized I am not making the clubhouse. So I had to go in the woods and use my towel.
Yep.
And I just left the towel behind. I mean, I hated to do that, but what else are you going to do?
Apollo 8.
That's not biodegradable.
It is not. But what am I supposed to do? Walk down the fairway holding it like that till I get to the trash?
Oh, there's some Boy Scouts.
Give it to the cart girl.
Apollo 8 was the first manned mission to leave the Earth's orbit and circle the moon. That wasn't the one that landed and come back. So that was the first one they used the device that NASA had come up with, which basically looked like a bicycle seat that they stuck to the back of their side, and you pooped into a canister.
Right.
And one of the astronauts, I forget which one it was, he said they demonstrated that for us on how it would work. And I instantly told myself, my goal in the mission will be not to go until we get back. And now 2 stories here. One of them is he succeeded on that, and he did not go all the way until he came back. They splash landed at night.
Damn, how long was the trip?
It was like maybe it was 5 days, 7 days, something like that.
Well,
they didn't land and stay up there. They just orbited and came back. So they splashed down. It was at night. But they come back, they land, they get on the aircraft carrier. People are waiting, shaking hands. They're doing interviews. And he said, the entire time I'm doing interviews, I'm thinking, you guys have got to get me to a bathroom here soon, or, it's being carried live on television. They're talking back and forth to the president. If you don't get me.
Yeah, but does he still have his suit on?
Oh, yeah. I bet it was dumb. I bet it was Dumb and Dumber.
He said you would be able to see through it if you do not get me to the bathroom soon. The flip side of that, on takeoff, the other guy, we'll call him the Dunaway of the 3-man crew, on takeoff, he is motion sick and is bothered on the other end too. So once they do
Montezuma's revenge.
Yeah. So once, just with the nerves and everything, once they got into the orbit and things started floating around, he said it was nothing but vomit and poop, diarrhea floating around up there. And he says it was on
smell in space.
He says it was on everything, every control, every seat, everywhere.
That's awful.
And they said you'd be surprised at how you
guys.
My bad.
I think I'm done now.
They said
that freeze-dried chili was rough.
they were like, we tried to clean it up as best we could, but amazingly, in that situation, it's like you can't change cars. You just got to ride with what you got.
That was back when if they had a woman astronaut on. Hey, honey, get to it.
We've completely hijacked this trash, but real quick. So I went to the doctor the other day, and they said, I was my annual physical, and they said, hey, about the colonoscopy testing, you don't have a family history, so you can do the Cologuard. Are you guys familiar with this?
Yeah, you told us.
So, well, I didn't tell you the experience.
No, you said you were going to do it.
Yeah. So they send you a little bucket you poop in, and then fill it up with some sort of preservative and mail it back to them. And I told my wife, I said, that has got to be the worst job in the world.
You know what you ought to do?
Somebody has to open
Have
that thing.
Charlie shit in it and send it back.
Oh, he does that plenty. But
you think they'd be freaked out? What the hell is this?
No, sir, you have eaten way too much dog food. But I told my wife, that's got to be the worst job in the world. Somebody's got to open that thing with poop in it. And everybody in the world sending them their poop. What a terrible job.
Okay, so anyway, back to it. What do you do when there's no toilet paper in a restroom? They say use the other paper. Toilet seat covers, paper towels, the cardboard roll.
Boy, that was
scratchy.
cardboard roll. No way.
They said check your pockets for tissues. How about this one? A receipt, a wrapper, cash.
Hopefully it's from CVS.
Yeah, that CVS receipt's like the U.S. Constitution.
How rich do you have to be to wipe your ass with cash?
Well, I got to 20.
And then finally, sacrifice your wardrobe, socks, what you did, Rocky. Late Tommy Cummings, he did his underwear, and then the undershirt.
Yeah, T-shirt would work good.
Yeah.
And again, if you use your Next Round T-shirt, don't even wash it. Just buy another one. Nextround.store.
Right.
Nextround.store.
Yeah. Never get that smell out.
Okay, in a video, TikToker Chantel North shares the way her life has been altered since finding and accepting a, quote, unknown gift a month earlier. Now, apparently she found an acorn cap with a mysterious crystal embedded inside of it.
Huh.
Though she was advised at the time by viewers on her TikTok channel not to accept the gift, but rather bury it and avoid it, she ignored them. Ever since, she reports, things in her house have been a touch sketchy. Actually, what she says, shit has been effed up.
Oh, my.
Though she doesn't go into details about the kinds of hardships she has experienced, she did specify that fairies have apparently been inviting her into the house and have been speaking to her and to her child in her room, teaching her to fly and asking them to come to her.
Turns out the crystal she found was meth.
That's what she found, Rockstar?
No, I think that's a stock image. I don't know why it's a stock image of that, but I didn't download the video or anything.
You've never come across anything like that in the woods?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I want to keep this.
What does she look like?
Not good, I don't think.
What was the
That's
movie?
actually her behind the bag.
What was the movie where everybody got a gift and they had to determine where they were going to open it? I think it's actually called The Gift, right? Do you remember that one?
I remember The Gift with Jason Bateman, but it wasn't that.
Oh, I thought there was another one where you had to determine if you were going to open it or not because it could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
I never saw it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Huh.
Nah, don't worry about it, Rocky. The iconic 1986 John Hughes film, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, about living life to the fullest, is now a joyful picture book for readers of all ages. I got to get this for the kids. This joyful and nostalgic story about friendship, adventure, and seizing the day will appeal to children and fans of the movie alike.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really cool looking. I mean, it just shows the whole...
The whole journey of Ferris Bueller that day? Yeah.
Teaching kids to cut school.
Yeah, it's true. It's a great message, too.
So where can we get that?
It's on Amazon. I know that.
Okay.
Wherever you get your local books.
Yeah.
Wherever you buy beer.
We just went to that museum, by the way. You got to go.
What museum is that? The Chicago Museum of Art?
Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Really is.
Do I get a Monet there?
I don't know if they got a Monet. They got a lot of Van Goghs, though.
Do they?
Yeah. Which is, I mean, that's really fascinating when you're able to see that type of art, a one of a kind.
Danny Moore got some stuff in there?
I didn't see Danny's wing, but, you know.
Goal line stand. Holy crap. Danny's wing.
Burger King employee who hasn't missed a day of work in 27 years was rewarded.
Oh, I hope it was more than that.
Well, they gave him Reese's Pieces?
Critic says not enough. This is pathetic. This goes back to no gift is better than some gifts.
Right.
Video of the unidentified employee showing off a goodie bag he received after nearly 3 decades of perfect attendance was posted on Reddit. Now, they go on to say this man dedicated 27 years of service to Burger King, wasn't even rewarded $27 worth of trinkets in his goodie bag. Hardworking staffer received a movie ticket, bag of Reese's Pieces, clear Starbucks tumbler, a lanyard, 2 pens, couple of keychains, 2 packs of Lifesavers.
It's Rod's last day. Everybody get in their cars, get whatever you can get. I got a lanyard. Okay, you can use the lanyard.
I got an old pen. Yes.
2 packs of Lifesavers, yes. We went all out. We got 2 of those.
What should he get, though?
Well, what do you think Burger King probably pulls down in a year?
Here's what I would give him if I was Burger King. I would give him...
Free Chick-fil-A?
No, I would give him a Burger King card where he can eat once a week.
That's probably the last thing he wants, Lance. He's
maybe.
in Burger King every day of his life.
But he can give it to a family member.
No, honest to goodness, if they'd given him a Burger King gold card where he could eat at any Burger King in the world the rest of his life, people would have said, why are you punishing him, making him eat at Burger King?
That's right.
I'm sure he gets a free meal as an employee every day for 27 years.
No matter what you do, the social media world is going to crash your party.
I know this is crazy. How about a cash bonus? I mean,
how about this? A cash bonus is good. This is in that vein. How about 27 days off paid for his 27 years of service?
Now you're talking, yeah.
Because what's that going to cost Burger King? I don't know what he makes a day. Let's just say he makes $200 a day, $5,400.
Yeah. I mean, just as hard it is to staff restaurants and fast food places, to have a guy show up every day, you can count him for 27 years,
that loyal,
should be worth something.
I agree completely.
Okay, this one, final story today on trash out of Switzerland. Quote, I couldn't sleep and my room was too noisy. Maybe complaints hotelers dread from guests. But the Reichland brothers, that is the entire point of their latest zero-star hotel art installation. Now, the Swiss Concept Artist Hotel is essentially a double bed on a platform with 2 bedside tables and lamps. There's no walls, ceilings, or doors to provide any privacy or shelter. They have set up their Stern Suite, German for zero star, on a roadside next to a gas station in the village of Salion in the southern Swiss valley of Validus.
And they're doing this why?
Now, the intention, here we go, is to make guests think about the problems in their world. And the twin brothers said, and to inspire them to act differently. They've created similar beds, but this is the first idyllic site. Sleep is not the point. They go on to say what's important is reflecting about the current world situation.
Well, my big takeaway is that's $2.28 a gallon.
The best is
that's a good point. Dunaway. Where did I go sleep in that bed?
The dude filling up his tractor. What are you doing? Sleeping?
And by the way, they're going to get a rude awakening right there when they see Brown and LT wake up in the morning the way they sleep in the hotels.
No, but but imagine if that gas station, what goes down in Tuscaloosa,
Oh,
goes
I know,
down
the
when
beer
you're-
salt.
Yeah,
Not pulling away with the pump still intact.
You know, there are some dumb inventions. Just things that just don't.
I
make
know,
sense.
I agree completely.
Well, that's artwork. That's
10
a
feet
statement.
from the main road?
Yeah.
All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by
Our friends at Mortgage, right? They put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home. So let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home. And with Mortgage, right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today.
Rockstar, we've got an update. My friend Patrick texted me and said, Burger King dude y'all are talking about, they started a GoFundMe after that. It is now up to
$127,000.
200 grand.
Good for him.
Yep. So who's the loser now?
Yeah.
This Burger King sake, we'll match it.
Damn
Damn it.
it. We got to match it.
I'm giving Burger King middle fingers, and I'm walking.
Yeah, if that GoFundMe
I'm
gets
taking
high,
these chicken fries and I'm out.
if that GoFundMe gets high enough, you've seen me the last time.
Hey, can we one day do a poll on that? I've never known anybody to eat one of those chicken fries.
I think I've had one.
I've had one.
Yeah.
That's the last time I had that restaurant.
Okay, never mind.
Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Better than chicken fries. You get all the stuff from Sterling and his crew down there. Check them out at champyschecken.com. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Stay up to date with The Next Round at NextRoundLive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Our buddy Josh Pate, 24/7 Late Kick with Josh, just tweets. He says, "These days I mainly look at my phone just to check the time and see who has committed to Texas." That's what we're about to enter in the recruiting world. We will talk to Skip Holtz about the USFL coming up in a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Skip will be on that Johnson RV Center hotline, Brownie.
Jimmy D, you can see Johnson RV Center for yourself in 2 great locations. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com. They've got great deals right now on those Alphas and those Coachmen. You can see those for yourself, like I said, or you can see more at JohnstonRVCenter.com. But here's the bottom line. It is the best way to affordably go see America on your own terms in a great RV. JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com. As low as $279 a month with 10% down and approved credit on the Alpha Wolf. Clipper trailers as low as $16,946 at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Daryl Rovell sent this out, and this may be the most disgusting thing we've talked about on the show today, but the Colorado Avalanche just held up the Stanley Cup. And you're always looking for little things to sort of play off of. And, you know, in Colorado, you're known for the Rocky Mountains and Rocky Mountain water and beer that they make from that Rocky Mountain water. Well, Daryl Rovell says the Avalanche are looking for a special deal with Coors Light called Champions Ice. Colorado brought home the cup. We're filling yours with Championship Ice. What they're doing is they're taking a limited edition beer with shavings of the championship ice that they actually skated on. Available in select Denver locations starting this Thursday. It's a limited edition. Basically, they're taking shavings off the ice they played the Stanley Cup on, and they're putting it in the beer, the Coors Light, with those special blue cans to honor the Avalanche. I've watched hockey games. I don't know about you guys. A lot of spitting goes on in hockey games. I don't want to. I love my team. I don't want to drink their spit.
A lot of other stuff. I mean, you can imagine what's on there, but the Zamboni has already cleaned it off, right?
I don't know if the Zamboni is sanitary. Like, would you?
You would need a shaved ice off of that.
Yeah, like if the Zamboni rolled over your sandwich, would you be like, "Oh no, that's clean. I'm gonna eat that."
You don't think it's dropping like some kind of disinfectant?
I don't think so. No, I think it's just trying to refreeze the ice.
Would you eat the disinfectant?
No, but I will tell you this: I wipe my counter down with a disinfectant, and then if my sandwich falls on the counter, I'll eat it.
Now we talk about this often. What is widely regarded as one of the most germ-infested things that we all carry around?
Cell phones.
Cell
phones, yes.
And what do you do in a restaurant before they bring your food?
Yep.
Yep. And you sit it down and then you eat.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Dirtier in a bathroom, they say.
Well, Patrick is a big Avalanche fan. He watches and listens to us daily. When he hears this, whenever what part of the show he's listening to today, when he hears it, I'd like to know, would he drink a Coors Light, knowing that there are some shavings of the Avalanche sweat and spit in there? Would he drink that?
I mean, there's obviously Coors is subject to some sort of FDA guidelines, right? Or not FDA. What is it? What are they? Is it FDA? I guess Food and Drug? Yeah, I guess so. FDA guidelines. You can't just take those ice shavings. I mean, they've got to do some sort of
Yeah, once they brew it, I'm sure it does filter it out.
And the fact of the matter is, this is all a
gimmick.
It's a gimmick. It's not real shavings of icing.
Oh, you're saying they're lying?
They're lying is what they're doing. But we, it comes from the bubbling brooks of the Rocky Mountains.
That's what Pete Coors always told us.
Yeah. So if I'm peeing outside, if I'm walking a trail in the Rocky Mountains, I'm going to pee in the stream that goes to that Coors Light too, probably.
I thought you didn't pee in bodies of water.
That I'm sitting in a pool. I pee in the ocean. I pee in the lake, LT.
Okay. And apparently creeks in Colorado.
And creeks in Colorado.
And a parking lot.
Hey, speaking of the Avalanche, one of our listeners, Chris, just sent this. A bettor had a $500 free play at the MGM. He did a 3-team parlay for the Rams to win the Super Bowl, for the Warriors to win the NBA championship.
Shut up, he did not.
And for the Avalanche to win the Stanley Cup.
How in the world?
That is a lie.
$500, yeah. I mean, Outkick sent it out. Guess what it paid? The $500 free parlay. I bet MGM loved this.
$500 free parlay with picking those three winners. I say it paid $550,000.
$269,000.
That's still a lot.
And that was a free
play.
He's got nothing invested.
Yeah,
in
normally on free play, people aren't going to try to take the
14
pinata
parlay?
on you. Yeah, they're gonna take $500. I'll play the Dodgers tonight.
That's right.
Lunsford says he would eat a block of ice at Bridgestone if the Predators were to win the Stanley Cup.
I mean, if the Dolphins won the Super Bowl and there was some sort of food that had the grass clippings mixed up in it, and I knew it would grant the Dolphins a Super Bowl win, I'd eat it right now. Like, if you could do that thing, I'd eat it.
What about a piece of the late Wayne Huizinga?
Just a piece.
I would imagine that's well decomposed.
A little piece of the forearm.
I don't know if y'all saw the story over the weekend. I know we got to get to break, but they did the mystery of Evander Holyfield's ear on ESPN. Did you guys see
where
this?
it ended up?
Where it ended up.
Yeah.
And it was really fascinating.
Somebody's Bud Light Cup, courtside, right?
There's so many theories, but this one, this lady, I think she's in Vegas, she sells weird collectibles. She thinks somebody ate it.
Interesting. I would hope not.
Interesting. All right, when we come back, Skip Holtz getting ready for the USFL Championship. We'll talk to him. The show today is being brought to you by our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services. They bring you the lock every day. Our friends at Hemp Hill, we've been trusted them since the 1950s. Adam, Chad, and that team there, LT, will send out the lock in a little bit. If you have problems with your heating, plumbing, or cooling, you call our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. They'll fix it right the first time, and they'll fix it at a fair price. That's Hemp Hill Services.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section. at nextroundlive.com.
Little sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
The World Games are coming to Alabama, kicking off with an all-star celebration. Featuring Grammy Award winner Nelly, joined by Bootsy Collins, Alabama, Sarah Evans, Sheila E., Tony, Yolanda Adams, and Sharif Simmons. And a highlight of the official theme song, Hope of Alabama. An epic celebration for an epic event. The opening ceremony of the World Games at Birmingham's Protective Stadium, July 7th. Get your tickets now at twg2022.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I dated a girl in 1983, and one of her best traits was that she had season tickets to the Birmingham Stallions back then.
That was one of her best traits.
Yeah, so I used to go to the games with her, and I always dreamed of this phrase that I'm about to say. The Birmingham Stallions are playing for the USFL championship. It didn't happen in the 80s, but it's happening right now. And we're getting ready for the big game, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next. Wherever you buy beer, 0 carbs, 80 calories. Get Bud Light Next wherever you buy beer.
Well, the coach of those Birmingham Stallions, now under a lot of pressure after Dunaway made that announcement, is with us now. Coach Skip Holtz is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Congratulations on making the championship game, Coach. How are you today?
I appreciate it. I felt really good. Now I got all this pressure on me. Are you kidding me? I felt really good going into this.
How was it playing a road game?
Yeah, actually, I mean, it was actually good. I think it was kind of nice to have a change of venue when you've been at one place 10 weeks in a row. And it was kind of nice to have a change of venue in a different stadium. But I really thought the players responded well. And we played really probably one of our better games as a football team when you just look at playing smart, following the plans, not a lot of penalties, no turnovers. We're really good on third down, really good in the red zone. I mean, I thought the players really did a nice job of responding to a road game because truly, I mean, this was a road game for everybody because it's the first time anybody's had any travel at all associated with playing the game.
I'm interested. You've probably been on both sides of this, but when you get a kick return, a special teams touchdown, I don't know the stats, but it seems like that team always wins the game. How big was it for Victor Bolden to take that one to the house?
Well, it was huge. I mean, for sure, the first kickoff return of the season for a touchdown, and you look at the game before us, that's going to break your statistical chain there because both New Jersey and Philadelphia had a punt return, so somebody had to lose. But having the first kickoff return of the season, that was huge. And Victor is such an explosive player. We've been going back and watching some of the film and how different people tried to defend us. And even in playing Philadelphia the first time, they almost played a box and one defense, and they played zone everywhere else and played Victor and man. I mean, it just goes to show the respect that Victor may not have had all the numbers that maybe some other receivers had, but everybody is scheming their defense to say, how do we stop him? Because just as you saw, when he gets that ball under his arm, he's an electric player, and there's a reason that he led the league in all-purpose yards, and it was great to see it. But scoring on defense or scoring on special teams and scoring on defense was absolutely huge in that football game, having to score touchdowns in all three phases of the game. I mean, it kind of put our defense back out on the field quite a bit because they were out there for a long drive. New Orleans scored, kicked off. We scored touchdown. They got to go right back out and play. We scored touchdown on defense. They got to go right back out and play. And I don't know that it was necessarily the number of plays, but it was how many plays they had to play in a short period of time. Started to wear them down a little bit in that second and third quarter, which is why I think it was so huge our offense was able to do what they did in the fourth quarter and control the ball.
Coach Skip Holtz is with us, Birmingham Stallions, 6:30 Saturday night up in Canton playing for the USFL Championship. You can see the game on Fox. Coach is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. John Chavis had to love you with those 2 second-half drives, keeping his defense off the field. Have you ever had a half where you only got the ball twice?
No, and I think in the first half, I think we only got it 3 times.
Wow.
I mean, you look at what we did not get the ball very many times. But when you looked at the scoreboard, there was 21 points on the board, and that was because of the special teams and the defensive play. So it might have skewed the numbers and maybe the stats a little bit, but the way they keep scores up on that scoreboard, and I would tell you, I think one of the things that we've been able to be as good as we've been this year because we've played such great complementary football. Our offense we have a little mantra that anytime anybody scores on us, we have to answer the challenge. If anybody scores, we got to make sure we respond with a score. And it's one of the things that I think our football team has really done a nice job of. If somebody scores, we got to make sure we hold them out. That's the only way you can get a lead in some of these games. And I thought it was a hard-fought game. I thought our defense probably uncharacteristically gave up some yards in that game. But what they didn't do is they didn't give up points. And I thought they did an excellent job of keeping the ball in front of us and making them snap it again outside of a fourth down that they went for it on about the 30-yard line, and we were in man coverage and missed the tackle. Then they went on to score. But other than that, I thought our defense did a great job of keeping a very explosive football team in front of them. And, you know, it was funny because everybody talks about it's the third time you're very familiar with each other. Offensively, they came out, ran a totally different blocking scheme, tried to attack the perimeter. The last two games they had run inside zone against us and tried to attack the inside, but I thought our defense did a great job of making some adjustments.
Did you guys watch any film on Sal Cannella?
Well, if we didn't, we had a chance to see a whole lot of it on Saturday, I promise you. I mean, you know, and it's one of these games that, you know, you're in a win or go home game. And what they did was they said he is their best player. He is explosive. He's dynamic. He's one of the leading receivers in this league. And he caught, I believe it was about 12 balls in that game. And I thought Kyle Sloter he throws it on time. He throws very accurately. He throws it early. He anticipates the windows. I thought they did a great job. And there's a reason you get in these playoff games. Everybody you're playing is good. And so he's a great player. He did a great job. But like I said, fortunately, we let him catch the ball in front of us. But what we weren't going to do is give up the home run ball and the big play, and we were going to make them earn what they got.
Stallions getting ready for the USFL championship game against the Stars coming up this week on Fox at 6:30. Our buddy Joe Klatz on the call. I think Jason Garrett's dentist is going to send you a check one day, Skip, because they'll never have to use gas again on him. They just have to put that classic tee up, and he'll be giddy, and they'll drill all he wants. He loves that when you guys go to that. I never know if you ever see the broadcast, hear the audio. Back when we talked to you in the preseason, you didn't really know what your team's personality was going to be. Did you know back then that you would use that formation, or did that come to you as you went along?
You know, really the way it evolved, I've used it everywhere I've been. And as the game has evolved to a spread game, speed and space, spread in the field, 10 personnel, 4 wideouts, as the game has turned into speed and spread, I feel one of the things that a lot of teams lose in that is toughness. And so one of the things that I wanted to be able to do was make sure that we could run the ball, convert short yardages, and be good in the red zone. And so I've used it everywhere I've been, but we didn't use it the first 4 weeks of the season because, unfortunately, with our limited numbers, I didn't know if we were going to have enough personnel active. When we were only able to activate 38 players, I didn't know that we'd have 2 tight ends and 3 backs that we could fill it out. It's interesting because we broke it out week 5, which was the week that they expanded the rosters from 45 to 50, and we were able to add Bo Scarborough to our backfield. That week that we were able to add an extra running back and enlarge our rosters a little bit and add 2 more guys, 1 player at each side of the ball, that was what we needed to be able to put this T-bone in. And so as soon as we enlarged our roster, we put it in. Philadelphia was the first game that we had a chance to run it. But it's a huge part of what we do. And I think it's just developed a toughness and a mindset. And then in that game Saturday, I mean, we got an 8-minute drive, 17 plays to take the ball down the field, to win it, to score, to go up 2 scores, to give them about 40 seconds to go in the game. I thought was huge. T-Bone was a huge part of that to finish that drive off once we got down inside the 20-yard line.
There is nothing worse than riding in a car with wet clothes. What was the trip from Canton to Cleveland like? Not only in wet clothes, but sticky Gatorade clothes.
Gatorade, that's what I was going to say. The wet I could handle, and I was fortunate. One of the coaches had an extra sweatshirt, so I got to change out my top at least so I wasn't freezing. But, yeah, it was a little sticky. I'd just say it was one of the more rewarding showers that I've ever had when I got back to Cleveland to get to the hotel room to take a shower. And it was a great night. It was a lot of fun to win that game, a lot of pressure to go to the championship game and to get there. As we talked about with the team this morning, a lot of celebration on Saturday night, Sunday, Monday, their day off. But this morning when we went into team meetings, it's like, you know what? Time to flip the switch. That's over. Blank slate. Let's get into Philly. And right now our mindset's just really, we're into game week. And This one feels like a bowl game because you're at the site for a week. And so you get the first couple days where you get to start to enjoy Cleveland, go out to dinner and go enjoy some of that. But as the week goes on, it's going to get tighter and tighter as far as kind of curfew type deal where we got to be in the hotel. Let's get some sleep. Let's get some rest, get ready to play. But it was an uncomfortable trip home, but it was an enjoyable trip home.
I would imagine in some of your players' mind, you were expecting it to be New Jersey on the other side at some point. The fact that it's not the number one seed from the other side, is that a little bit of the challenge for you this week to sort of wake the guys up and say, hey, this isn't a given. Our record looks different than theirs, but this is pro football. It's one game, winner take all.
Yeah, I think, obviously, they've won 5 of their last 6, and it doesn't take a lot. The one game that they lost was a 23-26 game to New Jersey where they had the ball in about the 30-yard line going in at the end of the game and threw an interception. They were in field goal range for overtime. They tried to win it, then threw an interception to lose the game 23-26. So when you look at them, I think they have our team's attention because really they have been in position to win all 6 of their last 6 games. And you put on that game with New Jersey, they held New Jersey, who's one of the better offenses in this league, to really, when you look at it, they held them to 7 points. And then New Jersey ended up having a punt return for 7 points. So I think they're playing really well. They've got a very explosive offense, really good quarterback. They spread you out. They throw it all over the field, but they are playing a really good brand of football right now on the defensive side of the ball. And that's why they're able to be as successful as they are. And so I think they'll have our players' attention. Yeah, we all thought it'd be New Jersey, and New Jersey was 9-1, and they were favored to win, and they had beat Philadelphia the 2 times beforehand. But I think Philadelphia really came out with a chip on their shoulder. They came out with something to prove, and it wasn't a fluke the way they won. They returned to punt. New Jersey turned to punt, but really instead of a 19-14 game, it could have very easily been a 12-7 game. No, I think they've got a really good football team, and they have our team's attention for sure.
All right, Coach. Best of luck to you. We appreciate the time pulling for you, and hope you guys bring that trophy home.
Well, that's certainly what we're working for this week, and I look forward to that trip back to Birmingham to bring that trophy home. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach. Take care. Luck. That is Coach Skip Holtz with us. The Birmingham Stallions getting ready to play for the USFL Championship. Sunday night, 6:30. Game is on Fox. As Dunaway said, Joel Cladd will be with us Thursday on the call of that one.
Do we have a parade if they win it?
I was wondering about that. You're going to have the intersection of, I don't know about a parade. I don't know. You're going to have the intersection of the World Games still here, over the next couple of weeks, so it'd be a delayed parade unless you just did it right.
And do they have that parade in Canton? What do you do?
I don't know. They can't even play the game in Birmingham because of the World Games. Could they have a parade in Birmingham? I guess.
I don't figure out a place to do it.
A lot of streets are going to be closed down there from what I can gather. I've been looking
Morse
at the map.
Avenue.
Or should we just have a gathering?
I think a gathering.
We can invite the Stallions up here, right?
Yeah, whole team.
Yeah.
You get the whole roster in the studio. It'd be tight.
Yeah.
Get them a taco bar.
Yeah,
we get them a taco bar. Get them free beer. Yeah. Well, if we have to, we'll have the ticker tape parade right down our hallway here. Right down Double Down Media. Have Rockstar on one side, Lunsford on the other, throwing little pieces of paper.
When do you think the last actual ticker tape parade is? Because that phrase gets used a lot, ticker tape parade. I don't think we've done one of those probably in.
Well, I know we did one at the end of World War II. We did one when the astronauts came back from the moon. I remember that one.
I think the Rangers got one when they won that one in '94. I think they got a ticker tape.
So you think maybe that's the last one?
I don't know.
Did the Yankees
get it? Because it was a very New York thing. And
Since what time? You said 84?
No, 94.
Yeah, I think it was more New York.
Yeah, New York did it, but I think Chicago adopted it for Bulls back in the day. Maybe the Bears in '85.
Yeah.
It's not, kind of hard to pull off if you don't have a lot of high buildings and cut up paper.
Yeah. The cutting up paper part.
Well, we don't use as much paper anymore. Lance does, but most of the world doesn't.
That's right. If we'd just saved all the trash balls that you throw at the wall,
we could celebrate the Stallions.
We could have celebrated the Stallions that way. If they win, Brown, it's not a gimme yet.
Well, come on. Philadelphia's 6-4.
Yeah.
Should be a win.
Stallions 4.5-point favorite. What?
Are we all getting together to watch the game?
Well, it's Sunday night. I think.
I didn't ask that.
Lunsford, will you confirm that it's still 4.5? Because I've got an opportunity for Dunaway here.
Ooh, an opportunity.
An opportunity.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Are you going to let me take the Stallions and give you 4.5?
Yeah, if the number's still 4.5, whatever the number is, I'll go with it.
I cannot jinx the hometown
They can
Stallions.
still win the game, just maybe they don't cover.
It's still 4.5 according to Rockstar.
Here's the most underrated. Skips this offensive mind. The most underrated thing about the Stallions team is how physical they are on the defensive side of the football.
John Chavis, man, that guy. And he described John Chavis's Tennessee defenses to a T. They moved the ball on us, but they never got it into the end zone.
Okay, this is a question. You think about this. Who's had more professional jobs? John Chavis, or no, the combination of professional and college jobs, or Larry Brown?
Oh, Larry Brown's had more. I got John Chavis here, I'll tell you. Larry Brown, he's had a ton. Chavis
has been to Tennessee and then a bunch of people after that, but he was at Tennessee for a long time.
If you go back in the day, his first actual full-time job was Alabama A&M, Alabama State, then back to Alabama A&M, Tennessee. Well, Tennessee was the same job, just got promoted.
So I've got 4 right now.
LSU,
5,
Texas A&M,
6,
Arkansas,
7,
Stallions,
8.
Larry Brown.
Larry Brown's.
I think he's had 8 NBA jobs.
He's had 8 college jobs.
Larry Brown.
I bet Larry Brown's 11.
Larry
Closer
Brown.
than you think.
Just in college, he's done Kansas, North Carolina, and what was it, Houston?
Larry Brown. Here you go. You ready for this?
Not Houston,
North
SMU.
Carolina assistant.
SMU.
Carolina Cougars. Denver Nuggets.
Oh, ABA. You're not even out of the ABA yet.
Denver Nuggets, UCLA, New Jersey Nets, Kansas, San Antonio Spurs, LA Clippers, Indiana Pacers, Philadelphia 76ers, Detroit Pistons, New York Knicks, Charlotte Bobcats, SMU, the Exilium Torino. I won't even count that one for you, Lance. I'm up to 9, though. And Memphis.
You mean you're up
10.
to 15?
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
I said he had as many NBA jobs.
15 jobs. I don't know if I've had 15 different jobs in my life.
Denver Nets, Spurs, Clippers, Pacers, 76ers, Pistons, Knicks, Bobcats. He's had 9 NBA jobs.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Okay, write your.
I'll
first
write
of all, tell us about Cowan Equipment, and we'll make this a Cowan Equipment poll question. How many jobs have you had?
Who do you
in
think's
your
had the
life
most
over
jobs
under 10?
on? And by the way, I was at Jocks for 24 years. Who do you think's had the most jobs of the 4 of us?
Probably Dunaway. He's worked for 2 TV stations just in the time we've been together. Are you counting those? See, I don't know how to count this.
Oh, I've got my whole working life here.
I do too. I'm going through this.
I mean, I've had dual jobs at the same time.
Are you counting both those?
Yeah, at the same time, yeah. I'm even going back when I got 25 cents announcing at the Little League ballpark. I'm going to count that as one of my jobs.
My sole proprietorship of playing a gig, is that an individual job? Because I got a lot of those.
No, these have got to be somewhat separate or separate corporations. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. Are we counting this as a job?
I think you got to, right?
I'm done. I barely beat John Chavis. I've had 11 my whole life. And that includes...
You just ask if we're counting this as a job.
Yeah.
Did you get up, come here today?
I mean, I'm sitting here...
Look at your calendar. What does today say?
So just
these are all legal jobs, right?
Yeah,
as a 12-year-old announcing for a quarter a game and free concession, that's my first job. Church's Chicken, I'll count that. I worked for 2 weeks. WQMS AM 1500, Misty's restaurant one summer, Colonial Pipeline one summer, a car dealership in Sylacauga that no longer exists. I didn't write that one down for a few months. I mean, some of these I didn't even stay a half a year.
Yeah, I think I'm up to 8.
If you count a job that I was at for over a year,
all right, I've
only got 7.
All right, I'm at 8. So Indian Oaks Golf Course was my very first job. Anybody stunned by that one?
Yeah.
Woodland Park batting cages, ran those for a little bit. Media Masters, which was a company I was actually part owner of. That was my first corporate ownership.
How's it doing today?
I don't think it's any longer in business. I got my cut and got out of there. WHMA Radio in Anniston, the Alabama Radio Network, that is not the outfit that broadcast Alabama sporting events.
Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Crimson Tide Sports Network. This was an actual news and sports network. I worked with Chris Stewart there, the late, great Mike Wood, Ray Mellick, WJOX after that, ABC 3340 I've worked with for a long time, and then the next round, that's 8. Yep. That's 8 total, unless I've forgotten one.
Before Brown interrupted me, after Colonial Pipeline, CBS 42, WLEX, WVTM, CBS 42 again, Jocks, and this one.
I have got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 jobs for me.
14.
12 for me if you count even waiting tables and announcing Little League
many do you
ballparks.
have?
12.
Oh, I didn't put my announcing. I've got 15.
Yeah.
So,
you counting the lock?
I'm not counting that.
Lock.com.
That's actually, yes, 16. So sold garbage bags, worked at 2 different car washes, did daycare. After school care,
for kids.
Whoa! I gotta
for
hear
kids.
this. Yep.
Oh, quick break here. It's brought to you by this quick break. Brought to you by Cowan Equipment. Have you done that yet?
I have not done away, but Cowan Equipment. They have been with us since day one on our new venture here, and Cowan Equipment would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. For more information, Cowan.com.
Still got to do 3 segments and a few sponsors, but when we come back, LT used to be in charge of kids after school. That's next on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Kopp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch.
St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Didn't even know we were still drug testing in college, but we are. Nebraska lost their starting offensive lineman for the season. Neredin Newili is done for the year. Failed a drug test. He apologizes. I assume it's some kind of performance enhancing. He hopes to be back with the Cornhuskers in 2023. Part of our show is being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. They have an unbelievable offer for you.
Best one I can remember them making on our show, so it's a great time to jump aboard with that Smart Pest service. You do not want rodents in your crawl spaces, in your attics. You want somebody to take care of them, and Wayne's does that for you. Here's how they do it. They set up this rodent monitoring 24/7. As soon as it indicates that there's a rodent, it proactively communicates that to Wayne's. Wayne's gets out there, exterminates the problem before it's a big problem. You don't do anything except call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1 for a limited time. You can use the code TNR, the Next Round, TNR, and save $100 off your Smart Pest initial service there when you call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1.
By the way, that video that way back at the beginning of the show we were talking about, somebody has sent us that video on our social media platform. We'll send that back around later on. But Dave has sent a gif of Ladybird rocking a baby on a couch. It's not really Ladybird, but it's a dog rocking a baby. As we get to LT's daycare, tell us about Lance's Lock Daycare.
Well, first of all, I've got 17 different jobs, and they're pretty crazy because having 17 jobs, but one job at Jocks was 24 years. That's hard to have 16 other jobs
That
around.
is true. That's a great point.
Yeah.
You finally got it right.
But pretty fascinating jobs, but I guess we don't have time to go through those.
Yeah, do whatever you want to do.
I'll just go quick. Trash bags, car wash, daycare, which I'll come back to, landscaping, Applebee's, work for Bryant Denny doing construction, play-by-play in the Jayhawk League.
Very few people realize you built Bryant Denny Stadium.
That's
I
right.
did, yeah. Mainline Brewery, I worked there in Westwood in California. Then I went to do telemarketing in California, then Universal Studios. Then came back to Tuscaloosa, Lone Star Steakhouse.
Wow.
I delivered printers in Birmingham. I delivered cars for a dealership locally. Then I worked for Radio Disney, for Jocks, the Next Round, Lance's Lock.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's very impressive.
So
tell us about daycare.
It was my last semester of my senior year in high school and back to my old elementary school, Edgewood. And so I would get there at 3 o'clock and I would keep kids after school till 5 o'clock. We'd just play war ball and kickball and, just hung out with, 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. Me and 3 or 4 other guys that were, either in high school or college.
Now, you as a third...
Jay Barker's sister worked with me.
Andrea Barker?
Yeah. You used to date her a little bit?
Well, yeah. So third, 4th, and 5th graders.
A little bit.
You were very much on the streets a lot. You talk about running the streets as 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. Did you teach them any life lessons?
Listen, kids, never take a Thanksgiving underdog.
Yeah.
No,
Today, kids, we're going to
not.
teach you about the hook.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You didn't teach them any life lessons?
I probably did. That's been a long time ago.
That's interesting. I never would have pegged you working daycare.
Yeah,
and the other one that jumped out at me, and there's somebody in a DirecTV call center laughing at the fact that Lance did telemarketing.
It was funny. I did telemarketing for one day, but we had a script, and it was in the top of a hotel over off of Westwood 2, over by the UCLA campus. And when you would make a sale, you'd ring the bell. And I was the only guy during the entire
Wasn't
day.
wearing that bell
I
out?
rang the bell twice.
Did you?
Yeah, I had
Felt
2
good,
cells
huh?
one day. They didn't want me to go. But the very next day, I got a job at Universal Studios.
Yeah.
You and now the ex-wife, right?
Yeah, I mean, we only had one car out there, so we had to make that work.
Was it called Hot Shot Photography?
No, it was called Amazing Pictures.
Amazing Pictures.
Amazing Pictures.
This is amazing, man.
All right, let's do 4 downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be a 5th location. Get the car in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do a bumper-to-bumper for you and your family. For more information, make sure you go online, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
All right, right now, Matt Hayes says it's Mario Cristobal 1, Billy Napier 0. Who's at their job longer, Mario or Billy Napier, with the way the collectives are sort of shuffling out?
Oof. That's a tough one right there.
Well, it is. And, I would say that, Billy's at the better job, but Mario's back at his alma mater, and it seems like Miami's got more money to spend than anyone. So if Mario has a ton of success, they can pay him whatever he wants. He's never going to leave. I'm going to say Cristobal.
I think I'll go Mario as well. Florida has not been patient with bad coaches. They've been patient with good. Well, no, you have to be patient with good coaches, but think about how quick Florida says, hey, this is not working out. We're getting out of this. I mean, what was it? 3 years with Zook, 4 years with Muschamp.
I mean, but even the guys that won, Urban Meyer wasn't there long.
It's tough, yeah.
Seems to burn pretty hard there.
It wears on you. Urban and Steve Spurrier, even Steve Spurrier, who made them great, it wore on him. I think it's a tougher place to be a coach at Florida, so I'll take Mario.
Second down.
Weirdest piece of sports memorabilia you own. We just told you about Coors Light, making cans of Coors with shaved ice from the rink there in Colorado, Ball Arena, home of the Avalanche. Weirdest piece of sports memorabilia you have, either one of you?
For me, it was a Baltimore Orioles Coca-Cola 1983 World Series commemorative bottle, and I think I gave it to our old colleague Patrick Miller because he's a big Orioles fan.
Yep. Mark Bulger autographed game-worn jersey that Lance wouldn't take from me. Well, I tried to give it to him as a gift. You just got, I wouldn't call it weird. I'd call it unique. You just got one. It's in our office right there that somebody brought you.
The guys from ATIX gave me a little part of Super Bowl 54.
You want me to go get it and bring it in here? So
Sure, please do.
Because you got to read the
Have you seen it, Rockstar?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like if you were like, hey, bring me something back from Super Bowl 54 or 55. 55.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have said anything but this.
Journal? Oh, wow. That's
awesome.
Dude, that's great.
Blue Lot 6. Thank you, the folks at ATIX.
But it's got the Super Bowl logo
Yeah,
on
it
it, so you know,
does,
okay
right,
with the Super Bowl.
right
Yeah,
there.
but I had that
Legit.
It's the golf tour, the live tour.
Yeah, it's true. My dad did he did some business with Mark Bulger's dad, and Mark Bulger's dad gave him that autographed jersey, and I really thought Lance would like it. And I was like, Lance, I got something for you, and I brought it to him. He's like, I don't really.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Bulger was a good quarterback, underrated.
Rams gear.
That threw me off. The trophy, I thought it was IV, LIV, but that's just LV, right? 55?
No, it's LIV. Same thing. No, it's
No.
Oh, that's right.
55.
LIV is 54.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's 55.
Yeah.
All right. Third down.
Third down.
Happy birthday, Mark Grace. Happy birthday, Bobby Hurley. Who had a better career, Mark Grace or Bobby Hurley?
Bobby Hurley early on, one of the great point guards in the history of college basketball, but Mark Grace had the better career. Bobby Hurley, drafted by Sacramento, really didn't.
Yeah, Bobby Hurley, a good. If you went college career versus pro career, Hurley is a college player. Grace is a pro player.
Career though.
Oh, career, it's great.
College,
overall.
it's college.
And Hurley's
coaching
still coaching
now.
Yeah, no, Grace was a good college player too, though.
Yeah.
Didn't he play at Arizona State?
Maybe where Hurley is coaching now.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway,
but Grace is still doing baseball, right? He's still doing broadcast.
He was a coach at one point, but then now he's a broadcaster, I think, for the Diamondbacks.
Fourth down.
And finally, happy birthday, Mel Brooks, the actor, and John Cusack, the actor.
Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks.
Wow, you didn't even get that one out.
Which have you seen more of? Mel Brooks or John Cusack?
I've probably seen more Cusack.
Yeah, I haven't watched a ton of Mel Brooks that I can think of.
Now, he produces a lot, right? He's not always in it.
Blazing Saddles,
No, he puts himself in a lot of them.
The History of the World.
Yeah, but doesn't he put himself in a lot of his?
Yeah,
movies?
he did.
The early stuff he did.
I mean, all the 90s
Robin Hood.
John Cusack stuff.
Yeah, I've
right?
seen more Kuzak, but Mel Brooks has had the better career.
Also, happy birthday, Elon Musk, today, 51. A lot of money for a 51-year-old. Kathy Bates, who's 74 today. And John Elway, who's 62. And Al Downing. Al Downing, known for? Al Downing?
Pitch to Henry Aaron. The Henry Aaron drove out for 7:15, right?
To break Babe Ruth. He's 81 today.
Great call on
Downing.
that one.
Yeah.
Here's the pitch by Downing.
I said Al Downing to my wife. You know what her answer was? Oh, the guy that drove OJ in the Bronco.
Al Cowley. That's kind of close.
Yeah, it is
I thought she was going to say Home Improvement.
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th location in Pell City. Make sure you stop into one of those great locations, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, we're going to save, LT, we're going to save your topic that you wanted to do. But AL.com, they put out the records, individual records at the University of Alabama football. An amazing list. Some that are not good, some that are fantastic, some that'll never be broken. LT has a handful of those that we'll give you on the other side or when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Chris with a great piece of sports memorabilia he sent in. Tying everything together this hour after talking with Skip Holtz, who will have the Stallions in the USFL championship game this weekend. He has, from Pan Am, a trip to Los Angeles, the Coliseum, and 2 tickets to see the Birmingham Stallions in the LA Express back on March 4th, 1984, 1 p.m. LA Coliseum.
What's older, that you're flying Pan Am or that they're playing the LA Express?
Exactly.
Which one feels older?
Pan Am.
By the way, he was seat 6 and 5 in row 71 in section 6L.
According to
6L.
LT, he was lucky to live to get that high.
Yep.
Going up those stairs to 71.
It really
Lance.
was.
Pan Am, you can't beat the experience.
Pan Am was the official carrier for the USFL, though. How about that?
You know, it's funny. I saw somebody the other day at the airport when we were doing our trip 2 weeks ago, and he had a Pan Am T-shirt on.
Well, I haven't
Oh,
seen it.
really?
It's probably his Lucky Fly shirt.
Was
or
it
something.
Throwback. Lunsford, I think, has a knockoff with a Next Round logo, Pan Am, in the store. Is that already in the store, Lunsford?
Give me 10 minutes.
I'm kidding.
Catch Me If You Can. He was scamming Pan Am, right?
Yes.
That was the airline, yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They'll get you back into the game, and then LT has some records that he thinks may never be broken.
Hey, if you're a golfer, a tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialist at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online. Go to precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
By the way, Bobby says Mark Grace not only led Major League Baseball in hits in the 90s, but he introduced the term slump buster to the general public. You'll have to, if you don't know what that means, look it up. Not suitable for work.
And San Diego State, not Arizona State.
San
Bobby
Diego
is
State,
dead
yeah.
on with that. That is one that is stuck around.
And that was his version?
I think
he
it
came up
was,
with?
yeah. I think it might have been on the Rome show.
How about that? Did not know that.
That is great.
By the way, Patrick, we'll give Patrick give Patrick a vine right here. Patrick says, a big Avalanche fan, he'd drink a case of ice shavings of Coors Light as they won the championship. Pretty good there. All right. What are these records from our friends at AL.com? I think it's Michael Casagrande, the Big House.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because, I mean, some of these are, the majority I don't think will ever be broken. You guys tell me. So they start out by just saying some history. Alabama's record on homecoming, 85-13-1. That's probably not too surprising. On national TV, Alabama's got a pretty good record, 304, 136-4. I can't believe they dug this deep. This is like Elias. Okay, here are our records. You guys tell me if this will ever be broken. The records for points in one game for Alabama. Back in 1951 against Delta State, they won 89-0.
I do think if Saban set out to break that with some of the teams he's had, he could have, but you just don't do it anymore. So no, you'll never break that.
The one I remember is, I think, 77-6.
That was like Virginia Tech. Or
yeah,
something.
Alabama over VPI.
Yeah, I'll get to that. So Marion Military, they beat that team in 1922. I don't think it counted. It was an exhibition game, but it was 110-0. And the highest scoring regular season SEC game, regulation game for Alabama was 66 points. That was in 17. So that was a Saban game.
2017, okay.
Most rushing yards against a team for Alabama. 0 chances will ever be broken.
This would have been back in the Wishbone days of Bear Bryant. Where
It was 1973.
They didn't throw the ball a lot. I'm going to say they ran the ball for 423 yards against Ole Miss.
I don't think I've ever put this up in Tecmo Bowl, EA College Sports.
I bet you did in that one dot game. Remember that game in the 80s where it was basically, and you go, and then it would go,
I forgot what that was called, but I like that game.
Yeah.
748 rushing yards against Virginia Tech in 1973. You think that'll be broken?
Wow. No.
That's an old school wishbone.
77-6 win. That is also the SEC record. Number 2 is Alabama, 572 against Kentucky in 45, and they did 514 against Mississippi State in 1986.
86, still rolling along.
Most rushing attempts in a game.
By an individual?
Nope, by the team. 1979, it was in a 45-0 win.
I'd say they ran the ball. They didn't throw the ball back then. I'd say they ran the ball 79 times.
Well, that's a lot. That seems close. I mean, 80 plays in a game, probably.
82 times.
82, wow.
The most since 1980, they did 77 against Tennessee. Most rushing touchdowns.
In a team in a season?
No.
Or in a game?
Game.
I want to say I remember Alabama. I can't remember watching Alabama get 6 in a game, but I could be wrong.
I'm going to say it was 11, and it was in that VPI game.
Virginia Tech, it was 10, also against Delta State.
Virginia Tech game.
Most total yards in a game?
Ooh, 800. That's a lot. Yeah. I think Alabama's had 800 yards.
I mean, if they rushed for 700, I'll say 800.
It was 833 against Virginia Tech. Boy, I bet that was a fun game to watch.
What a beatdown.
Hope you had Bama in the over in that one.
And they called off the dogs, apparently.
Fewest points allowed by a Saban-era team was 106. Back in 2011, 8.2 per game. The last sub-triple-digit allowance was way back in 1980, 96 points, 8.7 per game. You think the 8.2 will ever be broken?
No, not this day and age. Although, I mean, like Georgia this year gave up, what did they give up, 10 or 12?
I think it ended up being like, even after the playoffs, wasn't it like 14?
Yeah, I thought it was lower than that, but it wasn't 8, I don't think.
Alabama team's fewest yards allowed in a game.
I'm going to say an old school defense did negative yards.
I mean, is this modern day football or back in
1940?
That's negative.
I want to say
negative
yards. Yeah.
Negative 17 yards.
Rough offensive day.
Now, the fewest rushing yards allowed in the Saban era. Do you guys remember this?
I'm going to say that it's because it counts sacks. I'm going to say it's 8 yards.
Negative?
And no, just 8.
No, I think they held State to negative rushing this past season, didn't they?
Fewest yards, it was what we would consider a body bag game. The 2011 Capital One Bowl against Michigan State, negative 48 rushing yards.
Are you kidding me?
Michigan State, who liked to run the ball, even back then.
Yeah, they were trying to burn clock and still rushed it for minus 48.
This is one that I would put anything in the world on. I feel good about those
We'll
others.
never see it again?
Fewest points allowed in a season.
I think like in the 61 team, didn't they give up like 7 points the whole season or something like that?
Remember, Tennessee, I think, has the SEC
They've got
record.
a 0.
For this. Tennessee has the record.
This was 1930 for Alabama.
1930, I'm going to say it was 8.
13 points.
13 points.
Wow.
Consecutive games with a block kick.
That's random 30. I don't
know.
This is pretty recent.
With a block kick?
Yeah.
I'll say 2009.
1991, 4. Most shutouts in a season?
I think Tennessee has the record. I think they have 7, so I'll say Alabama 5.
Alabama had 8 in 1930.
So that Tennessee team has more.
Play,
yeah. Most interceptions for an Alabama defense? This could technically get broken.
Yeah. I'm going to say 7 in one game?
No, this is
a
season.
I'll say 38.
It was 25. The next most was, and that was in 1979 with really good defense. 24 in 2009.
Yeah, we throw the ball a lot more. I think you can beat that.
Longest SEC winning streak for Alabama.
SEC winning streak?
Yeah.
I'm going to say in the 70s, and I'm going to say Vince Dooley broke it in 76. So before that, 41.
27 straight from 76 to 80. I asked you this earlier, the longest Saban era, and you got this right.
Yeah, it was from the bowl loss in 2008 to all of 2009 until the South Carolina game.
Yeah, it was 18.
Yeah.
18. Fewest total Alabama yards in a game. These are the bad, if y'all want the bad.
Okay. Just a couple of them, then we'll take our
that's
last
fine.
break.
Fewest total Alabama yards in a game. This will never happen again either.
I mean, did they have
60
yards?
This was against Missouri in the 1968 Gator Bowl.
Wow. Bad one to travel to Jacksonville on.
No doubt.
We went to Jacksonville and watched a bowl game with Alabama, and they gave up a record number of fewest yards gained. Is it less than 100?
23 yards against Missouri in a 35-10 loss. I don't know how you scored 10 points. Last time Alabama was held below 200 yards actually was a Nick Saban team, a really good team in 2008. They had just 172 yards in a win over Tulane. Do you guys remember that?
I don't know.
Nope. Don't remember that one.
Let's see. What year was it?
2008.
I don't remember.
Damn, McElroy.
Just a couple more. Most interceptions thrown.
JP, actually.
Yeah. Most interceptions thrown?
It was McElroy's fault. Wouldn't push him in
I
practice.
think Scott Hunter threw 6 in one game, so I'm going to say he's involved in this.
See, I thought Scott Hunter was the record too, but he told me no.
Well, was Scott Hunter? He was after 1970 though, wasn't
No,
he?
that's him.
No, that's him.
Okay.
That's him.
I think it was against Tennessee or something.
It was
like that.
against Tennessee.
Yeah.
Eight interceptions.
Yeah, that's the one where, was it Dennis Holman came back to the huddle and said, hell, Scott, try to throw it to them and I'll intercept one.
That's right. Throw it to somebody in an orange jersey and I'll try my best to intercept it.
Okay, 2 more. Longest losing streak for Alabama?
4 games. Oh, I don't know. Here's Whitworth, probably 8 games.
Yeah, I'll say 10.
17 games from 54 to 56.
Got to fire somebody for
We'll
that.
need to bring somebody in for that.
And then finally, fewest first downs in a game.
0.
They had 1 against Texas A&M back in the 1942 Cotton Bowl. Think about going to that
Cotton
one.
Bowl. Alabama's had some
Bad bowl trips.
stinker bowl games.
All right, that is from AL.com today. Michael Casagrande. Maybe we'll get some Auburn records tomorrow. I don't know what's on tap at AL.com. Our final thoughts when we come back right here. The show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, LT.
Yes, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a special assistance pay program for you. So, look, if you don't have any money to put down on a house, our guys at Mortgage Right, they're there with a little help for you. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence with no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Final thoughts today brought to you by Dr. B, getting that hair right for LT.
Hey, with age, unfortunately, things start to fall out. For me, it was this year with a little hair. I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed that genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. We went over my options, chose that non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results. Dr. Beckenstein, for 20 years, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And make sure you tell Dr. Beckenstein the next round sent you.
All right, Mike Griffith with some interesting reads at Dog Nation. If you want to go check out Mike's story today, he's interviewing Jeremy Pruitt.
He's on the media tour. I saw he did an interview, I think, with our guy, Jake Crane.
Yep.
So I guess Jeremy's just going to talk a little bit now.
Yeah, it's a chance to get out there and try to start reinventing himself. And he thinks Georgia is really well prepared not to have a fall off after the national championship because of the way they've been recruiting, something we will talk about tomorrow when we unveil our 40 and 40, the entire ranking that you guys voted on tomorrow, and then we start counting them down the day after. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Enjoy your day.